Good afternoon, welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the first of 3 double session days this week. Group C gets underway this afternoon. We've got some big names in action, players that could be playing at the Lakeside in a few weeks' time, players that have been playing their trade in the ADC this year. And we're going to be watching all the action in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. We call this place the arena where worlds collide. And yesterday it was the CDC star, Alex Spellman, who won Group A and won it in some real style, didn't he?
He did. I think at one point on day 3, we were thinking that a cluster of players were going to be tied on 16 points. And it was Alex that didn't falter. There was a huge game between him and Andy Bolton, and it was Alex who came out on top in that match. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's won Group A this week. But we've got to give the CDC players in this series a lot of credit. We loved having Sto Bunce here a few weeks back. He won Group A. He went out to see the delights of Portsmouth for 2 days. Now, Alex, after his birthday yesterday, he's got the same gift. So he can do what he wants for 2 days, and he's guaranteed to come back on Saturday.
Yeah, piece of cake for Alex Spellman on his birthday. This is how the tournament bracket looks going into the second half of the week. So Spellman already through to Saturday night's final. We've got a really intriguing, real high quality Group B later on this evening from 10 o'clock. But this afternoon, the centre of attention is Group C, where Richard North, Jensen Walker and James Welding join us. Brian Raman, Dean Finn and David Evans drop from Group A. Let's begin by talking about the debutant, Dean Finn, the Irish qualifier. He's been so superb. He got out of the gate so quickly at that ton plus average, had a couple of ton plus checkouts in his opening game. Really has set this place alight, hasn't he, this week?
Monday was really good. Tuesday not so, but he's recovered since then by having a better Wednesday. I think he's learning about the ups and downs of this place. And I think when you've got a debutant who's coming from Group A to Group C, it'll be fascinating to see how he moulds his way through the next 2 days by starting a little bit later. Because what we've seen from Monday is that starting around 9:30 to 10 o'clock in the morning wasn't a problem. So let's see if he's even better by starting after lunchtime.
Let's talk about a couple of players who'll be playing at the Lakeside in a few weeks. So kick off by talking about Jensen Walker. He's going to be the number 1 seed in the boys event. He's just turned 18. Big birthday, big milestone for him. What have you made of him the last few appearances here, and what do you expect from him this time around?
Yeah, it's a difficult one with Jensen. I think at his young age, we can see that the talent is there. And I hate putting pressure on young stars coming here. I despise it. I want them to go out there and enjoy the experience and see what kind of player they want to become by constantly getting here, because Jensen is, and maybe we can judge him when he turns, say, 19, 20, 21. But what we've seen from someone like Sebastian Białecki, someone who he's actually defeated on a stage in the last year and a bit, I think he should look at him as a nice muse. Don't take everything right now. It's a question of constantly chipping away and see what is coming. But I'm really buoyed by the fact that he's been in good form this year.
Bioman's got to open the show at Lakeside. That was announced earlier on today against Cordy Groneveld in December. He had a very good Tuesday, and then it just felt like a complete and utter opposite day on Wednesday.
Yeah, there was plenty of fuel in the tank on Tuesday, but it's almost like he got behind the wheel yesterday and someone had siphoned all the fuel out. Everybody seemed to pick up their game on Wednesday, and Brian seemed to not be able to catch anybody. So what I would say to him this morning, best piece of advice you could give him is, you've had your bad day. Put it behind you, and now you can thrive that you've got the same starting point as everybody else.
We're going to see Richard North in action in our first game of the session. It's been a little while away for Richard. A lot been happening on and off the hockey. We're actually going to hear from him about that in just a second. So for Richard in this scenario, is it about just going back out there, getting some reps, and perhaps, first of all, just enjoying the experience?
Yeah, don't put yourself under any pressure, Richard, because you go out there and you start spouting some of the things that he said in the past, like I'm going to be a major champion or I'm going to win a PDC title. Forget all of that. That's in the past. This is a great starting point for Richard North 2.0. And today and tomorrow, he's going to get information as to where he is. Whatever happens, it will be valuable. So don't put yourself under pressure. Go out, enjoy it, and see what happens.
Well, we expected a really tight group, but there's been some real market changes this morning. Now, I've never seen this where 3 players are joint favourites to go and win a group. Brian Raman, Dean Finn, David Evans, all quoted at the same price to win the group. This morning, Brian Raman was the 3-1 favourite. In fact, James Welding's gone from second favourite this morning out to fourth in the betting. Is that just fair to say that the bookies haven't got a clue how things are going to go?
I haven't got a clue. You haven't got a clue. They haven't got a clue. And the only thing we do know definitively, and the odds compilers as well, is that Richard North should be the outsider based on what we know. So think about Dean Finn on Monday. He was 22-1 to win the group. After 2 rounds of play, the bookies were sweating. Mm-hmm. It might be the same in this group, but I think they've got North in the right position for now. As for everybody else, flip a coin.
And I think we're going to be talking about some very interesting odds tonight as well. 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Our first game of the session sees Richard North's return to the Super Series stage. He hasn't been here at the Live Lounge since February, marking his return after what's been a challenging 6 months or so. And earlier on this afternoon, he spoke to me about everything that's been going on since his previous appearance. Richard, great to see you back here at the Super Series. First of all, how much are you looking forward to the next few days?
Well, it's great to be back. It's been a while. I can't remember the last time I was there. I know it was a bad performance, and I think my mum told me about I'm the underdog in every game, which that's how I started my career. So and I upset a lot of people. So I'm ready to go again.
You looking forward to the challenge again?
Yeah. You know, I was in a really bad place in my life. I wasn't happy. I was depressed. You know, I know there's a lot of people in the world that are suffering with depression and that, and I was one of them. I'm not saying I'm fully right now, but I'm definitely feeling better, and I'm throwing darts again and enjoying it. So that's the main key for me.
Is that the key thing? And actually, with what you've been through the last few months, is actually darts been a good distraction for you in life in general?
I would say yes. It wasn't when I was going through my bad patch because I was coming to darts and I was doing everything wrong that you shouldn't do. And I didn't know how to get out of that rut.
And so everything now, I suppose, is building yourself back up to, I suppose, first of all, a place where you're happy. And then secondly, setting more goals and more expectations for yourself. Yeah,
you know, I know that I've... Not trying to be big-headed, but I know on my game I can compete with the best players in the world. Probably not consistently, but on my day, I could beat Luke Humphries. You know, I have done. Not at the moment; he's ridiculous. But I know if I'm ready and I'm happy and I want to do it, I can beat anyone.
Richard North speaking very openly and very candidly about what has happened since his previous appearance here at the Super Series. And his first match on the stage since February is a clash against David Evans, who finished bottom of Group A on Wednesday afternoon, a week which has had its ups and downs. A poor Tuesday really put him in a precarious position, and with everybody else quite bunched up in the group, he was always going to be cut adrift. But a first appearance for the twice weekly runner-up Richard North since February. It's been 9 months since he's been here, up against David Evans, the 34-year-old from Preston, playing in North End over the next couple of days. 5 times a weekly finalist and 6 appearances here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but has failed to progress beyond a semi-final in this particular building. He'll be hoping to go a couple of better and book his first Champions Week appearance at the Super Series. The first few games this afternoon's session will be refereed by Colchester's Owen Banks, world level official, on a Thursday afternoon where we, the bookies, and nobody really, Paul Nicholson, has a clue where to turn to.
We know where to turn, though. To that hockey to see what happens next. Sometimes unpredictable darts can be the best darts. The one thing that is very predictable today is that we've got the Mouth of the South back in the building. And he hasn't been here for 8 months. And he's talked so much this morning, he's made up for the last 8 months.
First leg, it's Richard to throw first.
But now,
Game
it's
on.
time for the talking to stop and the darts to begin again for Richard North.
30.
Well, he spoke about how the last time he was here, it really didn't go to plan for him. He was not in a good place. He says in terms of where he's at, he says he feels much better now than he has
58.
done for a long time. And we see a lot with players in the position that Richard's in, that maybe the first day isn't the judge, isn't the guide as to how he's going to play, that maybe we got to give him a few games on the stage just to really see where his game's at. And probably the best stuff we'll see from him may well come tomorrow.
120.
That was a bit unfortunate for Dave. Yeah, this is not an easy first game for Richard, but I don't think it really matters who he's playing in this first game. It's about getting comfortable.
100.
He's got 10 games on the stage over the next couple of days. And I can't stress this enough. This is where it starts again.
55.
Today is not about ambition. This is about playing darts against other people and seeing how he feels. Do you know what they say in yoga, Henry? They say you've got to let go of ambition.
94.
That's exactly what Richard has to do today. It's not about ambition. It's about getting comfortable on that stage once again and starting from here.
36.
As for David Evans, he started again himself. A really poor Tuesday, set himself up to really only play for position on Wednesday. And even that was a pretty much impossible task.
127.
The way he did play at points, he will give himself confidence that he will be in a position to get himself out of this Group C and into a sixth finals night from 7 appearances. But it is North on throw who has the first opportunity to take out the first leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
That will make him feel
Richard
very
North.
good indeed. Considering he had 2 big fives
Second leg, it's
in
David
his first
to throw
visit.
first. Game on.
He has ended that leg in 17 darts. I'm going to liken Richard to something right now, which you might think is a bit
44.
odd. He's like sunken treasure on the Titanic. Because if you dig deep into the water and you see that vessel and you dredge up a treasure chest, you're not sure what's going to be inside. Right now, that's what Richard is. He's that chest.
52.
If you open it, you're not sure what you're going to get. But there may be something sparkling in there if you persist.
And I think if the truth be told, I'm not sure
100.
Richard knows what to expect.
Well, here's a person who could talk underwater. We make fun of it, but he really does talk more than most.
95.
This is probably a really good place for him to be. Because this could be the right kind of setting for him to be himself.
46.
When you've had tough times, you've got to find comfort blankets in life. Healthy ones. Playing darts may just be the thing that Richard needs to be the best version of
100.
himself. I sincerely hope that darts is not one of those things that is destructive for him. I think if it was,
123.
he wouldn't be here.
Well, we both know Richard well enough to know that how much he loves playing here, and he is the type of character that I think particularly after his previous experience here, it really didn't go to plan. I don't think he would put himself through it unless he felt 100% right. Well, Evans here has left himself on a double 18 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
What a setup shot that was from Dave.
Game shot on the second
boy,
leg.
would you take that.
David Evans. That egg is Richard
That is
to throw
210
first.
points in 4
Game on.
darts. It cannot be done any better than that. Early confidence boosts for both.
Both players have shown enough so far in this
100.
contest. Level at 1 apiece between North and Evans. Look at David's numbers for Group A. Average of 84.16, but it was the
85.
doubles that severely let him down. Just 30 hits from 108 attempts. That equated to a doubles percentage of 27%, which if you compare it to the other 2 players that dropped out of Group A, it's a fair chasm.
If we're going to be fair about his numbers over the last 3 days, it was hovering around
60.
25% every day. It's not as if he had 2 steady days and 1 bad day. It was the same every day. And he didn't get enough chances because his scoring wasn't to the level that it needed to be. I mean, 84 as an average is not
131.
bad. But in a group like we've seen already this week, you definitely needed more than that.
But North had to
119.
retreat down to the 17th there because that
170.
first dart was dangling like a loose tooth in the board. He has got 6 here to establish his lead at 2-1.
98.
And he's left himself with a 2-darter after 12. Averaging 91.5. This is a really good return to the stage for Richard North. If the truth be told, after that first visit, he had a couple of real sprays in the single 5. We were beginning to fear the worst. But he's
180.
beginning to bring out his
Richard
best. But he's been put under
72.
severe pressure here by Evans.
They might just be bringing the best out of each other. Has to recover. Misses the single for a second time.
32. David
Evans
57.
might smell an opportunity here. Double top.
47. Richard, you require
When Richard's on form,
40.
tops will be hit.
And
Game
Tops
shot
is
the
hit
third
perfectly there. North back in
Richard
front, 2-1. 3 legs played, 3 holds a throw.
Full play against David to throw first. Game on.
Seeing Richard's name actually reminds me of something quite funny I saw the other day when I was driving around Portsmouth. It just goes to show how proud people are of this area when someone had
98.
a sticker in their car that was the logo from the famous clothing brand, the North Face, and they'd changed it to the South
100.
Coast. Let's face it, if we went any further south, we'd be on the Isle of Wight.
140.
See, I would say you need to get out more, but the irony was you were out and about when you saw that.
Correct.
41.
Yeah, Richard lives in Romsey, which is a little bit further west in Hampshire. Not the massive amount of travelling needed to get here.
About 45 minutes in the car, just north of Southampton,
43.
just off past Eastleigh.
Yeah, almost on the way to Salisbury, isn't it?
Kind of on the Hampshire-Wiltshire border.
60.
Well, this game is teetering on the border. Evans, 6 darts here to level his match up at 2-2. It's felt like a game so far where the player with the darts really has had the ascendancy. It's been a fairly high-quality contest.
135.
Yeah, it's a good level so far. Not a great deal of power scoring from Richard. It's been very steady.
140. David require 85.
That's for Evans. He's had 3 darts at a double. He's hit 1. What will he do here? Interesting. Yes. Double top.
45.
More and
Richard,
more
you
people
require
now
160.
are rejecting the 20 bull shots in spots like that because they believe they're going to get 2 visits if they don't take it out.
You always justify your
60.
decision when you hit the
David, you
intended
require
target and get the dart at the
40.
target that you wanted anyway. And Evans has got 3 more here at Tops to square this game up at 2-2. Double 10. The misses here are beginning to rack up for Evans. He missed a couple in the previous leg for the
20.
break. And he has
Richard, you
missed
require
4
100.
in this leg to level up at 2-2. And North could pinch his pocket if he takes out the ton.
No such joy.
44. David require
These misses have got
20.
to stop. Just aim for that outside wire. You can't go inside on that shot. And now
No
the person
score.
smelling blood here,
Richard, you require
it
56.
is Richard. He'll be looking at Tops again, hopefully.
This for the first breaker throw of the match. Evans has missed 8 darts at a double. That's North's first miss. And it's followed by a
36.
second. The first real
David,
flashpoint of this
require
contest.
20.
Both players missing darts at a double to win leg 4. But that is low, and that is presenting Richard North a real gilt-edged opportunity to break the throw to lead 3-1. And this just feels Like the story of David Evans' week up to
No
press.
score. Richard, you require
Devin Peterson
20.
coined the phrase this week, there's blood in the water.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
He wasn't
Richard
wrong.
North.
Because right there, Richard is the shark.
5th flag, it's
He's been about
Richard
blood
to
in the
throw
water.
first.
If David Evans
Game
wasn't
on.
careful there and he didn't catch that dart, he would have been blood in his hand and he punches himself in the face.
He's not the first star player to do that here.
100.
Please don't do that at home.
Well, the bookie said that David Evans was in with more than a puncher's chance to go on and win
95.
this Group C. He was one of 3 players at the beginning of play to be 7-2 with the odds compilers. But it was very interesting that the odds changed with
101.
about an hour or so of the session to go, because first thing this morning, Brian Raman was the 3-1 favourite. This is how crazy the betting was this morning. David Evans has gone from the 6-1 outsider to win the group to a 7-2
60.
joint favourite to win the group.
Let's just give it a couple of games and see where he stands then. We'll have a bit more information as to how things have started in this group.
100.
His journey to get to Portsmouth was a little bit longer. Down the M6 motorway.
100.
Find yourself around the Midlands. And then down the M3 towards Southampton and take the M27 towards Portsmouth.
90.
Whatever you do, don't go any further. You'll find yourself in the English Channel. But Dave is so tall, he could probably stand on the bottom of the English Channel and still say hello.
Not as tall as Gary Barlow's son, mind.
134.
Anyway, Richard North for the
Richard
match,
McGuire,
looking at
110.
110. It's been 9 months between drinks for the man from Romsey, and he is looking to mark his return with a win, and he could mark it in style. He's going to get a dart at tops of the match to win it with a ton
Game shot
topper.
and match.
What a return to the Super
Richard
Series
North.
stage for Richard North. 9 months away, and he comes back with a decent performance, a 110 checkout to win it. He gets the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 1. And this is how he's done so. 4 out of 6 on his doubles. David Evans missing 10 at the outer ring, missing key opportunities, and Richard North swept in. Finishing off with that 110 checkout. He's up and running. We didn't quite know what to expect from him, but that first performance will give him plenty of positives for the campaign to come. Coming up after the break, we're going to see 2 players that will be at the Lakeside next month as Jensen Walker takes on Brian Raman.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Game, shot, and a match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Adrian, Jackal, King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George. game, shot, and...
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Richard North has marked his return to the live loud stage of a 4-1 victory against David Evans. Next up for us, Brian Raman and Jensen Walker going toe-to-toe. These two will become well acquainted with one another over the next month or so, as the 18-year-old Jensen Walker will be the top seed for the WDF Boys World Championship at the Lakeside. He takes on Brian Raman, who was once a #1 seed at that competition a couple of years ago. He's going to be kicking off the show in Frimley Green next month, when he takes on a player who's played here before in Corne Grunewald. He won the last chance qualifier in Budapest back in February. It's the Interceptor up against the Riddler. That's the story of game number 2, and it's going to be described in the company of the former Players Champion, the asset Paul Nicholson. This is a really intriguing contest. At his best, Raman has been sparkling, whereas Jensen is a player that every single time he's here, we're intrigued to see the development and how far his game comes along.
Yeah, very much so. And here's the funny thing about having young talents come back after a few months. He's actually grown since the last time he was here. He looks so much taller.
First
He
leg,
might be in the
it's
middle of a growth
Jensen to throw
spurt.
first. Game on.
He's only a kid. He is very talented. And wherever he's gone over the last year, he has succeeded.
55.
He has won in countries like Belgium, England, Finland, Switzerland, Latvia.
121.
He's doing everything right at the minute. He's playing at his level, the boys' level, and he is dominating it.
44.
If you think about what he's done, he's won multiple boys' titles around Europe. And whatever he
59.
goes on to do, he can always call himself the Europe Cup Boys Singles Champion and the World Cup Boys Champion.
140.
Because they are 2 titles he's won over the last year.
The 2 titles of real prestige. And I feel like with Jensen, the progress that he's making has been
57.
so insane. And because we've had other young players that have achieved so much so young, actually, the rate of progression that Jensen has gone
25.
through, and a lot of players go through to attain success, sometimes gets overlooked somewhat.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The player that he is now is not the player that he wants to become.
59.
He's got to allow himself to evolve at a decent rate, both technique-wise and mentally.
134.
Because I do believe, technique-wise, there are some improvements that will be found.
57. Jensen, you require 103.
It's not putting too much pressure on him too soon, which is probably one of the keys as well.
Not my intention at all.
47. Right,
And I think
require
everybody around
148.
young stars like him, what we want is for them to go out there and enjoy it.
100. Jensen,
Well,
you
enjoy
require
this opening leg if he
56.
could take out this 56. He's been put under pressure by Raman, who's
Yeah,
left
he was on the
himself in a
first
similar
leg.
finish, but he's not going to
Jensen
get a
Walker.
go. A clean kill on the 56 combo, and the Interceptor
Second
sweeps
leg,
in
it's
to
Brian
take the
to throw
opening leg.
first. Game on.
I love that nickname. You can say it anywhere,
60.
and it's cool. The back of his shirt, he looks like Ghost Rider.
48.
I love these young stars, and when they've got some talent, the first thing they want to do is get a
52.
really, really good dart shot. Well, Jensen's had quite a few already. I sincerely hope he's got his black and white checky one again. I was a really big fan of that last year.
The Jensen button shirt.
Yeah, the checkered flag one.
97.
Just looks at home up there, doesn't he? Against someone
100.
who has been a #1 seed for Lakeside.
Yeah, former quarter-finalist in
44.
that competition, Brian Raman. Lost out in a fantastic
100.
game, didn't he, to Richard Veenstra at that competition a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was rather good. And that was a special time, wasn't it? Because some players got
96.
special
Jackie
dispensation to
Maguire,
play
160.
because they had gained tour cards at a time where they'd already qualified for Lakeside, and they were given a one-off.
100.
to go and play
Ryan
it.
Maguire,
And-
152.
Trust me, that will never happen again.
Well, Brian was one of those players, wasn't he?
Cameron Menzies as well.
Yeah, he got through to the semis and lost out in that
128.
game
Jensen,
against the
Maguire,
Frenchman,
16.
Thibaut Tricol. But Jensen here looking at double 8 for a 2-0 lead and the breaker throw.
Game
He's
shot
looking
the second
so
leg.
assured on that
Jensen
stage. A
Walker.
16 darter there, averaging 83.5, 2 for 2 when it's
Third
come
leg
to the
is Jensen
doubling.
to
It's been
throw
a
first.
slow start for Brian Raman. And
Game.
unfortunately for him, what seemed to be the case of a bad day yesterday is beginning to trudge into the start of Thursday's proceedings.
60.
It's early days. But at this stage, when we were talking at the top of the show, Henry,
140.
we saw Finn and Evans tied as favourites for this group.
60.
I know we maybe are only 1.5 games into round one, but so far it's the bottom 3 of that list that are having the best of it. So when we said it's very unpredictable, we meant it.
58.
Well, unpredictable probably is the story
80.
of Brian Raman's 2024. At his best, he's still got a sparkle about his game, but he hasn't been able to find it on as consistent a basis as he was a couple of years
99.
ago. There's been a lot of injury problems for Brian, particularly as he dropped off tour. He's had surgery to fix that. and
81.
he came here a few weeks ago for a finals night when he was playing in Selsey, and I had a chat with Brian about how he is, how his game is, and he said he's beginning to slowly
100.
but surely
Ryan, you
build
require
back into
100.
the player that he was a few years ago. There's been glimpses, there's been signs this week, and
Game
finishes
shown
like
the
that,
third
an
leg.
indication
Brian
that the
Raman.
Riddler is beginning to fire at full boost and full turbo like he did a
Fourth leg
couple
is
of years
Brian to
ago.
throw first.
He's got the
Game.
break back with a ton check out. It's back to 2-1.
100.
One of the benefits of playing so many darts in a week like this is you can figure out what's going right and what's going wrong.
100.
At the start of yesterday's session, we thought that when Brian was leading the table,
100.
that his biggest challenge was himself, not everybody else. If he could handle the situation
60.
well, he could have won the group. It didn't work out, but that's maybe not a bad thing.
57.
He tumbled from first to fifth. If you're a glasses half empty kind of person, you'll say to yourself, well,
60.
that didn't go very well, did it? However, the gift is that he sunk into the bottom 3,
41.
and he now gets an extra couple of games on Thursday and Friday to get more information as to where he's at.
96.
I'm always trying to look at the positives for these players. Going into Group C is not necessarily a bad thing, because we've seen a lot of Group C success stories over the last couple of series.
93.
Well, he hit a ton in the previous leg to bring it back to 2-1.
134.
He may have to take out his
Ryan
second
Maguire,
consecutive
110.
ton plus checkout if he is to level this game up at 2 apiece, because Walker has left himself on 51. Should get a couple of
58.
darts and a
Jensen,
double
Maguire,
here
51.
to move 3-1 to the good.
That one was online. It
Ryan
just
Maguire,
lost power at the
52.
end. Double 16 for Brian.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That one's pretty
Brian
cool.
Raman.
Whip. I've been making that
Fifth
joke
leg
all
is
week.
Jensen to throw
Brian,
first.
cool whip. You know what I'm talking
Game.
about. And I said it not just because he's got the same name as the dog from Family Guy, but it's because of his whippy style of throwing the dart. In fact, they've both got that
96.
quality. If you look at the way the dart comes out of his hand, it's like he could do an Indiana Jones.
60.
And look at the hand of Jensen Walker as well. That whippy front wrist.
100.
But if you look at Brian's wrist, there's more rigidity
140.
in that section of his arm. This is something I believe that Jensen will focus on in years to come.
59.
That wrist has got to be quieter. If it's constantly bobbing back and forward, he's going to lose consistency.
98.
Well, this game at a bit of a crossroads point. Raman unable to leave himself for the finish following that previous turn.
60.
And Walker unable to do so there means that the Belgians got 6 darts from here to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. And he's going about his business really, really well, leaving himself for the double after 12. And it looks like Raman is beginning to put on the afterburners here.
81. Brian
He's
McGuire,
too young to
32.
play afterburner, Henry. So are you.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But you might be right.
Brian Raman.
He's definitely finding something hot. The average has climbed towards that
6th leg
of
is
Richard
Brian
North
to throw first.
when he won 4-1 in Game 1. Yes, Afterburner was the game that John Connor was playing in Terminator 2 when he was being chased down by that T-1000. But in that game, when you're behind the cockpit or in the cockpit of the plane, you've got to go fast and effective, and that's exactly what Brian Raman's just done.
Walker chasing, and he has built this game down to Walker's pace.
Sometimes you can get swept up in a game. He might feel that way.
96.
So taking the extra couple of seconds there, good sign of maturity.
Well, Raman's one of those players, because he plays at such a turbo
140.
pace, it's so easy to be caught up in a tailwind against him. And it does feel like it's the case here for Jensen.
140.
Despite doing his best to try and calm proceedings down, Raman is going through the gears and is 6 darts away from
59.
sealing a 4-2 success.
$95. Brian McGuire, 122.
It is to win the game, and for the second time today, we've seen somebody
90.
not
Jensen
going the
McGuire,
textbook route
170.
when their opponent is on a finish. That was close.
85.
How close will this
Brian
be?
McGuire, 32.
Well, it was a 14 darter in the previous leg. It's a 13 darter there. And Brian Raman made a real push towards the finishing line in that contest. He gets the better of Jensen Walker 4-2 to get his Group C campaign onto a perfect start. It was a slow beginning for Brian Raman in that contest. There was a couple of concerns after a couple of legs, but those last couple of legs, one in 14 and 13, 27 darts from 2-2 to cross the line 4-2. A good performance there for one of the group favourites in Brian Raman. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the other player that was quoted at 7-2 with the odds compilers at the beginning of play. Dean Finn, the debutant, up against another player playing his first match on the Super Series stage in James Welding.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
that is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that double 7 up. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on. We're
What's your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh,
that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. It's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry James!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Brian Raman got the better of Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 2. A real good spurt towards the end for Brian. A 14 and a 13 darter in the final couple of legs to get him over the line against Jensen. But our final game of the first round sees 2 debutants go toe-to-toe. James Welding, 35-year-old from Wigan, making his debut in this competition, number 5 in the ADC UK rankings, up against the 26-year-old from Waterford, Dean Finn, who's had a superb debut week so far. Really caught the eye on Monday with some ton plus averages, some real big finishing. He was hitting the big stuff, but he couldn't quite strut his stuff as much on Tuesday and Wednesday, playing well, but was caught up in the middle of a real congealed Group A, which is why he's going to be playing the afternoon shift. He did finish 4th in the group, which means A, he wins a bit more prize money, but also he gets the shortest shift of the day of any player in the group. He'll be the last player to complete the first round of fixtures, and he'll be the first player to play his last match of both of the days in this group. The man who's got a tiger on his flights is looking to show the eye of the tiger here, up against the debutant James Welding.
If you squint your eyes a little bit, you might think that that's a Joe Cullen shirt or a Johnny Clayton shirt. That's why he's got the word welding on the back. That's his name, not his trade. But it is a famous darting name.
180!
He's a bit of a chip off the old block, isn't he? James, the son of Gary.
58.
Who's played at a couple of PDC World Championships and some World Grand Prix as well. Fabulous player, Kappa. That was his nickname. And a real credit to
57.
the St Helens region, which does pretty much encompass Wigan as well. It's a bit of a controversial statement if you like rugby league.
Team played at the Six Nations tournament in June.
140.
Republic of Ireland being the hosts of the tournament, and he was a part of that team that participated in that particular event. That was a really proud moment for him. But it's also a proud moment on an individual basis to play here at the Super Series, having won a qualifier in Ireland to obtain his spot at the Live Lounge. He's unable to pin tops there, but Welding looking at 142 to take out this opening leg.
59. Dean, you require 20.
Double 10 for an immediate break.
Game.
That'll do very nicely.
Dean Finn.
Yeah, I think Dean's got a lot to give.
Dean to throw first.
I've been impressed with him this week. He is, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, he is a work in progress. I remember the first time I ever saw Conor Heenahan and his brother Martin, And I thought, there's definitely something to work with there. And what have we seen from Connor since? Quite a bit.
96.
Well, the compliment, as far as Connor's concerned, is he's become a fixture in this building. He's a part of the furniture.
82.
Now, this action that you see from James,
134.
there's a bit of shoulder involved, which is something that they can both say about their technique. Dean trying to push that dart and trying to minimise the amount of shoulder activity. But that third dart was
180.
the easiest of the three. And that gives him his second 180 of the contest.
98.
I was watching
Number
James practice this
139.
morning, and I'm fascinated by his throw. Look at this. Got off to a flyer in Group A.
131.
He might get off to a flyer in this one.
Averaging just a shade under a ton. He's left himself on a double after 12. Got the break in the opening
8.
leg. And it's hoping to back it up here. Double 2.
6.
And that miss has given
James, number
Welding an
173.
opportunity to get the break back. He looked like a passenger at points in this leg, but he's going to get one dart at tops
33.
to equalise this matchup.
Senior
But it's an
require
opportunity
2.
that's come and gone.
They're both in the same part of the board for now.
No score.
Dean
James
stays
require
where he is.
40.
Where's James going?
Game
He's getting
shot
his
the
first
second
leg on the
leg.
stage.
James Welding.
Something to build on now.
9 missed starts and a
against
double in this
James for throw
contest so
first.
far for
Game on.
Dean Finn. In fact, his doubling was perhaps one of his strong points in Group A. 42% over the course of the
100.
3 days. 43 hits from 101 attempts.
Yeah, really good. Anybody who's over 40% has got everyone's attention. Some big moments,
100.
but I think he'll want to forget about Tuesday rather quickly. It wasn't a great day.
85.
And just pay attention to James's right elbow when he's throwing. From this angle, it probably won't change
131.
position much. If you look at the bottom of his elbow, he's maintaining height, which is really good.
46.
But when we look at him from a different angle, you can actually see that the elbow is actually coming in towards his body, which is changing the angle of his arm. His is quite accentuated, and when you do that, you put extra
60.
pressure on the shoulder joint and the muscles around it. And that's why his shoulder climbs when he throws.
85.
You can see from his facial expression that it looks rather uncomfortable. Every dart player has a tendency. Not everybody can throw like Mike Warburton, who's got one of the best throws you've ever seen.
140.
And nobody throws as well as Kurt Parry.
70. Dini require 70.
But Dean Finn here, throwing for a 2-1 lead. He should have been 2-0 up in this contest. Looking to re-establish his advantage. Be the third consecutive breaker throw at the beginning of this
Game
match.
shot on the
And
third
into the
leg.
top corner
Dean
it goes. And Finn does move 2-1 up eventually.
Fourth leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Maybe Dean is a bit like someone who James Welding looks like. You might wonder where I'm going with this.
100.
But after losing leg 2, he's able to come straight back and win leg 3 against the darts. It shows
100.
he can take a bit of a hit. Just like one of the greatest Irish boxers of all time, Steve Collins, who famously floored Chris Eubank. And if you look at James Welding, he does look like Steve Collins.
100.
He was a great fighter. was like hitting a statue, I'm told. He had that good a chin.
123.
This is a really good performance from Finn. He's had a few lows in this game, but he's still averaging over 91.
91.
A debut match on this stage is always going to be tough, no matter who it's against. But if you've got someone who is playing one of their better games of the week, it puts extra pressure on you to win in your first match.
84. James, you require 107.
Finn set himself on a 2-darter. Welding isn't going to take out the fish. And so Finn
82.
to finally
Quite
have a
94.
vice-like grip on this game. A game which, in terms of the scoring, he's absolutely dominated. 9 missed darts and a double has afforded Welding chances. And he's going to get another one at 88. It may just be a dart at the bullseye to level this up at 2 apiece. The bullseye it is. The bullseye it is.
Four flag.
And
James
Welding's
Welding.
levelled up at 2-2. He hasn't had many opportunities in this game, but when
flag is James
opportunity
to throw
has
first.
knocked, he has been able to
Game
take.
That was a great shot. And a somewhat hurtful one as well. But going back to what you said at the end of the last leg,
96.
in the scoring stakes, Finn is the better player. Look at the 130 plus column. Look at the maximums. The bigger visits are coming from the Irishman.
119. $100.
You know a fair bit about darts equipment and the fashion trends, Henry. You've been around long enough to know. Dean's using Bradley Brooks darts.
140.
As for James, he's using bits of equipment that look almost old school.
45.
They look almost bunker bustery, don't they, those barrels?
Yeah, my dad used to call darts like that bombers because they would weigh a fair bit.
47.
And when you throw them, they hit the board and they make a bit of a different noise.
Well, you look at the flights. He's got
100.
HW on it. He's got the name Hector on the back of his shirt. I can only imagine it's a homage to somebody, possibly his son or a family relative or something along them lines. We'll have to find out more of that
133.
over the course of his visit.
160.
Yeah, an interesting name, Hector, isn't it? It's more associated with Hispanic people.
64. Daniel requires 62.
It is a cool name, though. Here we go again. For another break of throw.
Game shot
5 in a row.
flag. Dean Finn.
This breakathlon continues, but Dean Finn is hoping that there's only going to be
Flag is
one holder
Dean
throw
to
in this
throw
match, and that holder throw
Game on.
comes in this leg. Because if that is the case, then he'll join Richard North and Brian Raman in the winner's enclosure in the first round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon.
These games, as dart players, they
140.
infuriate you at any level. You've had 2 breaks of throw, and you're behind.
100.
Yeah, that doesn't sit very well. And James is 35 years of age. He's been around for a while, and he's probably been around darts his entire life.
95.
He will know the intricacies of this sport back to front.
140.
We're going to assume the HW is a homage to Hector, and he's not a big fan of a local football club from here, Haverton Waterlooville.
Yeah, I can safely say
39.
that won't be the case.
I'll be honest, I don't think they've got it. No, they do. Famously played Liverpool at Anfield in the FA Cup and led twice.
137.
There we go. It's the daily Henry Deacon mention of Haverton Waterlooville, because if he doesn't mention it, nobody else will.
Put it this way, the most coverage a Southern League Premier club will get on TV this season.
133. James
Well,
Rock,
Finn has left
124.
himself on a 2-darter to win the match. This to save it for Welding. He's not going to get another poke at the bullseye.
56.
And so
Steve
this,
McGuire,
for Dean Finn,
74.
to kick off his Group C campaign with 2 points. He's been made to work for this at times, mainly by his own inability to hit leg-winning doubles. But now he's got a chance at a match-winning double. But he
34.
cannot pin the
Change
tops.
required 68.
To hang on, it's tops.
48.
He's had his chance
Senior require
to make it
40.
6 breaks of throw. This is for the only hold.
Can he hold his nerve? Double 10.
No score.
No is the answer.
Change required
4
20.
mismatched darts for Dean Finn, and James Welding comes back to take us all the
Games
way.
on the sick
And
bag.
he makes no
James
mistake
Welding.
on double 10. 3 from 7 on his doubles. Dean Finn, by the other
Seventh
side of the
final
coin,
leg,
has
it's
missed
James
15
to
at the
throw
outer
first.
ring
Game
across the
on.
course of this match. 6 breaks of throw, and we go all the way to a decider for the first time today.
96.
Just another player is James, from a region of the country that has almost taken ownership of being the
85.
biggest hotspot for darts in England. It used to be Stoke. Before that, it was
100.
probably London. But now, Merseyside, with places like Warrington and St Helens and Wigan, it's actually
50.
Merseyside and the surrounding Cheshire area. They have got a ridiculous amount of people playing darts well at a
100.
world-class level around there at every age. It's not that big a region. It encompasses actually quite a lot of counties. Lancashire, Merseyside,
100.
Greater Manchester, Cheshire. You can even go to the northern tip of Staffordshire as well.
96.
It's only about 40 to 50 miles encompassing all of that.
Well, James Welding has used his throw
96.
to his
James
advantage
McCoy,
in this
109.
last leg. He's got the first poke to win this game in the decider. Now decided to stay on the 20s.
69.
Should have got triple 18 ball there, but he has
Senior
left himself
require
on tops
107.
unless Dean Finn can finish with a fish.
If Dean loses this game, this is definitely
90.
2 points lost.
Change require 40.
Tops of the match. And tops for a
Game shot out
debut
of
win.
match, James Welding.
James Welding gets the better of Dean Finn by 4 legs of 3. He must be scratching his head as to why. Dean Finn even more so will be scratching his head as to how he's lost that particular match. He missed 15 darts and a double, did the Irishman, including 4 to win the contest, whilst James Welding was 50% in terms of the opportunities he had at the double. So it's an opening win for the ADC number 5. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch David Evans and Jensen Walker go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round's worth of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw a debut win for James Welding, getting the better of Dean Finn by 4-3. Brian Raman and Richard North have also been in the winners' enclosure in round one. And so the first game of the second cycle of fixtures sees two players looking to get their first 2 points on the board. David Evans and Jensen Walker going toe-to-toe. A game which is going to be officiated by Warwickshire's George Baker. He's going to be in the hot seat for the rest of the session. David Evans will throw the first darts of this match. Two players who didn't play badly in their opening games, but are looking to get their first wins on the board.
93.
Whoever loses this game is already going to be behind where they want to be.
134.
You do not want to be that person who loses their first two games.
76.
Walker was in a good position against Raman in his first game, but then Brian really did start to show up.
133.
And already at the beginning of this game, there feels like a real zip, a real tempo to the game of
96.
David Evans as he
David,
leads
you
himself
require
for the finish after
138.
9. He's got 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg of the match.
86.
Bad second dart, but the third was a beauty.
140. David, you require 52.
Scoring wasn't an issue for David Evans in the opening game. It was missed opportunities on the double that came back to plague him. 1 from 11 in his game against Richard North. And a couple of misses
32.
there
Jensen, you
have
require
opened up the door
96.
for Jensen Walker to sweep in.
Yeah. 88.
We've
David,
seen
you
two
require
things in
20.
this first leg which have got me really interested.
Game shot.
We've
in the
now
first
seen
leg.
3 things
David
because
Evans
takes the lead. We've seen 2 players going for a treble on a
Second
small
leg,
number,
it's
which
Jensen to
usually
throw
requires
first. Game
single to
on.
double combinations. With 56 left, Walker hit treble 16 on purpose. 52
57.
left for Evans, and he went for treble 12. You can say that I'm wrong, Henry, all you like.
125.
And if you do, I'll take it on the chin. But in Group C situations, especially for people who are coming from Group A, do
58.
not overcomplicate this game. People sometimes neglect their singles and are constantly focused on hitting trebles.
100.
I don't have to agree with going for treble on 52. I know that people do,
139.
but I think it's overcomplicating the game.
Sometimes doing the basics right could be the first key towards success.
40.
Correct. And some players, I'm not going to name names right now. I'm not even going to reference that to the players playing right now. It's
96.
sometimes you've got to go back to basics and do the right things at the right times. And when you got 52, big single.
Like, for example,
140.
a football team that
Jensen,
lose
you
a few
require
matches, what does the manager
151.
do? He strips it back to basics and he'll play with a solid defence, keep compact, don't concede, and they can nick one on the counter-attack. That's exactly what they'll do. And there's a similar theory as a darts player that if you're struggling, just do the basic things right, and that may just give you opportunities. 2 doubles is what Evans was looking for there.
56,
Walker's going to
Jensen,
return
you
for
require
32 to level up at 1-1.
No score.
I smell
David, you
trouble.
require 40.
And trouble's name could be Evans.
Game shot.
That's
and the
more
second
like
leg.
it if you're a
David
Stretch fan.
Evans.
Earlier in the week,
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
I was talking about
Game
Dave
on.
Evans' nickname. He's called Stretch because he's very tall.
44.
I'm not even sure if Dave is aware that Stretch is one of Casper the Friendly Ghost's uncles. And there are 2 others as well.
57.
Do you know the other 2?
I didn't know Casper the Friendly Ghost had uncles.
3 of them.
$66.
What I will say is that Stretch is the nicest name of the 3. The other 2
60.
could be construed as somewhat degrading. One's called Fatso and one's called Stinky. Genuinely the case.
135.
Whoever wrote Casper the Friendly Ghost
43.
was definitely smiling when they wrote it.
Definitely knew 1 or 2 people like it, didn't he?
45.
That's the dart he's trying to eradicate. It's a strong word in sport, eradicate.
140.
What is more likely is the ability to minimize that bad dart. That's what Dave's got to do over the next 2 days.
Well, if Walker loses this game, it
39.
could look a little bit stinky for him in terms of progressing through this group. Matthew Edgar talks about the rule of 3 when it comes to a Group C scenario. Anything more than 3 defeats, you may
140.
find yourself on the scrap heap. But Walker here has left himself on 61 to get the break back, to return this game to throw. But he's going to be under almighty pressure from Evans, who's left himself on
Jensen, you
top.
require 61.
And this time when he had 52, he went for the single.
$41.
Just shy. And
David, you
Evans
require 40.
will try to hit that double himself to get to 3-0.
Game shot and the third leg.
This is
David
exactly what
Evans.
Dave needs. He needs a confidence-building performance.
Fourth leg, it's Jensen.
All you can
to
do
throw
when your
first.
confidence is low,
Game on.
you can only build towards where you want to go. You can't go from step 1 to step 100 in one match.
100.
It's impossible. And if you think I'm wrong, I will argue it with you all day long. All you can do is go from 1 to 2
34.
to 3, and you can build confidence that way. That's what Dave is trying to do here.
If you look at his numbers, he's not really doing too much more in
100.
comparison to what he did in his Group A campaign. However, one of the luxuries he may get in this group is a little bit more time than perhaps he did do on Monday, Tuesday and
45.
Wednesday.
Very fair. Gerbervatz was excellent. Spellman was excellent. Bolton was typically
60.
good. And when you consider what Andy's done in this building, he was only good enough to get 3rd.
100.
Going to see some X Factor later on this evening, 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel.
100. $58. Jensen, you require 141.
Bit of breathing space here for Jensen.
89.
And it is the first time in this game that he really has had breathing room in a leg. It's always felt like whatever he's done, David Evans has been close to his tail.
These dart players, they wake up in the morning and they think about pressure as soon as they wake up.
Jensen, you require 52.
They live and breathe pressure.
20.
Do you know what they say
David,
about
you
pressure?
require 170.
It's a privilege.
Billie Jean King's most famous quote. They actually have that on the side of the Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York where they play the US Open
94.
tennis tournament. As the players
Jensen, you
walk out,
require
that is
32.
the quote that they see on the side of the arena.
That's because it's true. Double 16 can't be missed. And it
Game
isn't.
shot on the fourth leg, Jensen Walker.
Is that one of your favourite sporting quotes, Henry?
Absolutely.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Where does it rank in your favourite quotes of all time? Is it pretty much up there?
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there.
136.
I don't know what my favourite one is.
Go on.
From the great Bruce Lee, who died over 50 years ago.
180.
First maximum of the game. Yeah, Bruce Lee died in the early 70s, but he was way ahead of his time.
92.
He said something well before I was born that I think it's one of the most genius pieces
100.
of speech I've ever heard and seen. There's a difference between standing still and doing nothing.
96.
Just think about that for a second. That can be used in anything in life, including darts.
180.
Well, Jensen here has hit 2 180s in this leg.
And he's not doing nothing, and he's not standing still.
If anything, Walker is beginning to run in this match.
60. Jensen, you
But
require
the problem
41.
is he may be running out of legs. Double 16 for 3-2.
shot on
That's
the
an
fifth
11
leg,
darter.
Jensen
It's the
Walker.
best leg of the day so far. And Jensen Walker is just beginning to go through the gears here.
Sixth
David
leg,
Evans
it's
might have a
Jensen to
lead
throw
in this
first.
match, but
Game
it's very,
on.
very quickly being whittled away.
That was a world-class leg. No matter where you watch your darts. All of a sudden,
140.
Jensen is finding that treble 20 with alarming regularity. This game is a bit like a fight between a wooden table and a chainsaw. We are running out of legs,
46.
but at the minute, we are questioning who's going to be purring and who's going to be standing.
58.
It's with darts like this, which is why Jensen Walker has been so prolific on the youth circuit, and why, when it comes to the Lakeside next month, not just is he going to be the
96.
#1 seed for the boys' title, but in a lot of people's minds, he's probably going to end up being the favourite to win that title too.
133.
The favourite doesn't always win that title, but I'm sure Mason Tees has got something to say about it when he plays him in the quarterfinals.
Excellent player himself, Mason Tees, a player that I'm sure in time we'll see
48.
here at the
Jensen, you require 170.
Super Series. But are we going to see a super-sized finish? Didn't have to go for the 170 if he didn't want to.
60.
Has got time on his side. And two things have happened here. David Evans hasn't really lapsed too much in terms of his level. His average maybe's come down a couple of points. But Jensen Walker has put his up to around about 91.5. 11 darts in the previous leg.
57.
And he
Jensen,
could
you
get
require
this one done in the
110.
regulation 50. And he could get it done in 18 if he wants. But it's double 18
74.
for 110. But he has got time on his side.
Ever since he got that breathing space in leg 4,
52.
it seems
Jensen,
as if
you require 36.
Jensen has turned into a different player. No
28.
hesitation. Even if he did the 20 there, it wouldn't have been a bad result, but double 4 when he comes back. Make him hit it, Dave. Put him under pressure.
100.
Very well done with that
Jensen, you
last start. That
require
was
8.
surgical.
2 4s.
4.
But Jensen
David,
Walker
you
has
require
missed 3
102.
darts to turn a 3-0 deficit into a level match. And David Evans can eventually crawl over the finishing line here if he could take out this 102. Options, bull or treble 14?
That was for treble 14.
I hope.
He's had a couple of darts like that this week.
61. Jensen, you require 4.
Can't keep missing, Jensen.
Game shot
And he
and the
doesn't.
6th leg.
We go the
Jensen
distance
Walker.
again for the second consecutive game. This is a leg that I feel Dave Evans needs to win.
7th and final
Because if he
leg,
starts
it's
this group
David
with
to
2
throw
defeats
first. Game on.
and loses this game from 3-0 up, his confidence will be broken once again. But look at it the other way. If he now wins this leg, he'll feel stronger.
99.
Sometimes you've got to be a bit broken to become a stronger player or a stronger
59.
person. It's the same thing as when you train muscles. If you want to get bigger or more ripped, or as they say in the current generation,
59.
a bit more hench, which is dreadful. You actually shred or tear the
96.
muscle fibers, don't you? So you allow them to rebuild and get stronger. What we're doing with Dave right here is he's being broken down and put under stress so he can grow.
100.
Do me a favour, never say the word hench again.
Roger that.
140.
But Jensen Walker at that top 40 turn has piled the pressure on Evans. Trebler's visit would have meant Walker had 6 for the match. But by virtue of this turn,
99.
Evans is going to get first poke upon his return.
I like that switch. He was forced into it, but it still made sense.
100.
Because he's got to finish
David,
now
you
where he
require
can focus on the 60 not
144.
once but twice.
But it's another wild dart into the 5. You could hear him shout out his name. But it may be the name of
44.
Jensen
Jensen
Walker
require
that gets shouted
106.
out on the back of game shot of the match. If he could take out this 106, treble 18 would have given him a dart at double 16. And so
74.
Evans
David, you
looking
require
for a ton
100.
on the nose to win this game for free.
Beautiful. Oh, it's so
62.
close. And you can
Jensen,
see how
require
much he wanted
32.
it. Because now he thinks he's lost this one.
And that is how fine the margins are. A width of a wire separated David Evans from 2 points. And Jensen
Game shot
Walker
and the
from
match,
3-0
Jensen
behind
Walker.
has sealed the ultimate comeback win. 4 on the spin for the interceptor has stopped David Evans in his tracks. And David Evans is being stretched apart for the rest of this group. It's that same sinking feeling of being bottom of the pile for him. As for Jensen, a 4-3 success, his first win of the group. Coming up after the break, Dean Finn and Richard North go toe-to-toe.
Marvellous start from the young man. Right. We're on youth champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final.
Because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands
At £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin.
Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we see 4 games on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Jensen Walker get the better of David Evans from 3-0 behind to seal a 4-3 victory. And if you can't see Richard North on the stage, you can certainly hear he's on the stage as he takes on Dean Finn in the 5th game of the session. And he's tried to take the referee's job as well as play here. Careful, Nico, because he'll try and start commentating on this match before too long.
Don't give him any ideas. I just had a phone call from the residents of the Isle of Wight. Keep it down, Richard.
I don't know whether you remember this, but there was a time where Richard North played here. And you did a pre-match interview with him.
Game on.
And all you said was, "Hello, Richard," and we elapsed the time that was allowed on the broadcast for the interview by the time he answered.
I forget about the fact that when he was in a Saturday night, he was so keen to know what he had to do in his last match. He actually came in the commentary box and started asking. I said, "Richard, you better get out there. You're due to play."
43.
He just gets caught up in the whirlwind of all of this, doesn't he? And sometimes you just got to simplify, man.
60.
I was saying in his first game of the day, which he did, win by 4 legs to 1.
85.
It was touching. Okay. He gets the 5 extra points. But I was saying in his first game that this could be his happy place moving forward.
180.
It's most definitely his quietest place.
43. Dean, you require 161.
Well, Finn, 6 starts at 1-6-1 to take out the opening leg. He's got time on his side. But does he? Of course he does, and he pins
the
it.
first leg, Dean Finn.
Beautiful. And even a round of applause from his opponent, Richard North.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Pick a word and put it next to that finish. Wowza. What a shot that is.
121.
When we came here on Monday morning, Devon Peterson and I were getting a flurry of information from people in Ireland saying Dean Finn is for real. And we said, okay, let him prove it.
140.
Yeah, we took notice and we believe you. He can play. He is very, very good.
And he's not alone. He is not alone. If you
100.
actually have a look at the Irish circuit and some of the numbers that are put in by some of the players, it really is a region which really is growing again. And we've seen the likes of Conor Heenahan burst through here, Shane
100.
McGirt burst through here. With the ADC routes in Ireland, particularly south of the border,
85.
there are some serious talents waiting to emerge from that part of the world, honestly.
Sounds like a Frank Sinatra song. That's south of the border. Don't
80.
get any karaoke ideas, Deacon.
Save it for the Christmas party?
No, it's not happening.
What, the Christmas party isn't?
I've got
115.
a veto on that, so it's not happening.
It's happening whether you like it or not, trust me.
Well, I've got a great way of keeping you away from the
21.
microphone.
Richard, you require
I'm
80.
inviting Richard. And he'll take it all night long, like Lionel Richie. Double 10. Very
Game's on in the
tidy.
second leg.
Great
Richard
response
North.
there from North, who's had 3 nicknames in his darts career.
Third leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game
Northie.
on.
Richard the Lionheart. And the one that Richard and his entire family hate the
45.
most, the Mouth of the South. They can't stand that. Which I can understand.
140.
Richard's letting the darts do the talking on this Thursday afternoon.
Can you imagine if his darts could talk? There's 3 of them.
140.
You actually have a look at Dean Finn's numbers in Ireland. In
81.
Irish ranked events in the IND over the last 12 months, he runs at an 87.32 average. If you look at his numbers for Group A, he ran at an 87.57. He plays at this real
58.
consistent base, and a base that at this level is very, very successful.
An 87 average is just outside
50.
of 17 dart territory. For him to find that extra gear, it's not that far away. If you can turn into
54.
an 89, 90 average player all the time, then we've got someone who's going to contend here an awful lot. That's what we say about Andy Bolton, isn't it?
60.
He averages 90. He's about 35 to 40% on doubles. He's incredibly dependable. And that is what Dean is trying to get to.
135.
Is the key just tightening up
Richard, you require
for Dean?
170.
Just a few little things. That's all it will take. He's got a chance to get a 2-1 lead against North here.
64. Dean, you require 69.
And it has been the doubles that have been the key bone of conjecture so far today. And that tops goes a
49.
begging,
Richard,
and
you
it's
require
given North an outside
106.
opportunity on this 106. And his finishing so far today has been a strong point. 4 out of 6 this game against David Evans. 50% in this match. But he's not going to get a poker double 16 there.
46. Dean, you require 20.
He's not moving.
No score.
I thought he was
Richard,
going to
you
go a
require
little bit
60.
further left on the ocky for that shot. Richard has to.
Game shot
That
and
is
the
the
third
best
leg.
dart he's
Richard
thrown
North.
today. We've
Fourth
seen some
leg is
great
Richard
free
to
kicks
throw
in football
first.
over the years.
Game on.
That dart from Richard North to win that third leg, that's the equivalent of a really good free kick from outside the box around the wall.
123.
It was perfect. He could not have thrown that any better than he did.
Beckham-esque against Greece.
67.
I think the best one, and I'm not just saying it because I'm a Portsmouth supporter, but that Cristiano Ronaldo free kick for Manchester United at Old Trafford when he beat David James
40.
and left him on toast. To the point where David James thought, you know what, this is in, there's no point me moving for it. That one Premier League goal of the
78.
season in the 2007-8 season.
We have a stato alert.
98.
That's the same season Man United were denied a treble by Portsmouth when Rio Ferdinand had to go in goal because Edwin van der Sar was sent off in an FA Cup quarter-final and United had used all of their substitutes.
45.
In fact, sorry, it was Thomas Cusack who was the goalkeeper that day. My apologies.
Shame on you for getting that wrong.
105.
Everybody's got a specialised subject, right? I think Richard's. It's movies. He's a big movie buff.
133. Richard, you require 135.
Especially when it comes to things like Tom Hanks and Adam Sandler, I think.
49.
Bad last start. He was leaning over on that one. And Dean's going to think he's got a chance of equalising here. If he doesn't, this game is getting away from him.
84.
And North's
Richard,
return to the
86.
Modus Super Series might be a very, very good one.
Well, it's been a place which has been very profitable for him in the past. A couple of weekly finals, and he's returning to a place where he has got very happy memories of the past. But he won't be overly enamoured if Finn can take out this 94, which would level this game up at 2 apiece. And he's going to get 2 darts at tops. And this time he takes full advantage of the opportunity. And he's back level at 2-2.
5th leg, it's Dean
This
to
game
throw
back on throw.
Game
by
on.
hook or by crook.
Yeah, I think that last leg, Richard just let it get away from him. What did you make of his interview earlier, by the way?
Very open, very honest, very candid. I mean, I spoke to Richard before
45.
we went live with that interview, and he basically said, fire away with anything that you want to fire away with. It's not been the best of years for him on or off the hockey,
140.
but he very much feels like he's on the other side of the troubles, the issues he's had, and we both know Richard Riley. He's very much an open book, and we just hope that he's in a good place. When his darts is in a good place, he really is an exciting player to watch. He's a real power scorer. He plays with a real flair, a real edge about the game. He's really exciting to watch.
He's not an open book. He's an audio book.
97. Dean, you require 121.
And he's involved in a really good tussle here with Dean, who's found another gear in like 5. Another bull finish.
72.
He's not going to get another one. But look how easy that
49.
ton looked. Easy to get carried away with certain visits, but that ton looked very, very easy to throw.
39.
This is a chance.
Richard, you require 79.
Is he going to need 60 up top again? No. That was what he needed.
In the 5th leg.
That was
Richard
clinical.
North.
Much more like it. A 14 darter for Richard North. A breaker throw, a 3-2 lead.
6th leg, it's Richard
and now
to
has
throw
the
first.
darts
Game on.
to make it 2 wins from 2. And remember, at the beginning of the day, he was the 7-1 outsider with a 6 to go on
58.
and obtain Group C glory.
I think at the start of play, based on the information we had, that North being the outsider was the right thing.
80.
How many times have we seen it where the odds compilers get it wrong? And we do as well. And even
40.
well before we have Group B later, they've got it wrong with Thomas Banks. It's as simple as that.
Oh, we'll delve into that later. 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
That's if Richard North departs the building after chatting to all the staff after the end of the session. I must say, I must feel sorry if he's got an
100.
Alexa at home. The amount of conversations he must be trying to have with that. I just realised by saying the word Alexa, there's loads of people at home who've now seen their dot devices
60.
open up. And so what I'm going to do for all of you at home is say this. Alexa, remind me to watch the Super Series at 10 o'clock tonight
46.
on the Super Series YouTube channel.
It's not the worst idea, actually.
I've just annoyed a lot of people by doing
95.
that.
Not the first time, Henry. Well, Dean's the one who's annoyed right now because he's left a bogey number. It wasn't a calculating error.
23.
Slight deviation in line means that he left 166 instead of 151. You need that flight, Richard.
Well, the referee wouldn't talk back to him, so he decided to hit the referee with a dart. Inadvertently, of course.
Really good.
134.
Really commanding that treble 19. And we could be going the distance for the third straight game.
121. Dean, you require 32.
You'll be really frustrated with dart 3 there, Richard. But this, for what would be our third consecutive last leg decider. Double 4. Doesn't go. And Richard North, who won his previous match against David Evans with a 110 checkout, could win this one with a 113. 56 left. He's going to get a dart at tops.
93.
But drags it low.
Dean, you require 8.
Dean has dodged a Richard-sized bullet.
Game shot in the 6th
And
leg.
we go the
Dean
distance.
Finn.
There's going to be plenty of this today. Very fair matches.
7th and final leg. It's Dean to throw first. Game on.
And these are the legs that you really want to win. I was having a chat with someone recently about the newly branded Winmore World Masters, which will take place at the end of January in Milton Keynes. A fabulous idea. It was all about the set format that is coming back
81
to the World Masters. One of the greatest things about it is that you're constantly in this position where you're having to win one-leg deciders. That's the beauty of it.
46.
When you play a lot of Modus Super Series darts, you may be involved in a lot of one-leg shootouts as well. We've even gone more concentrated than that in the last week.
30.
Because we had a 9-dart shootout on Saturday night. And it was a belter. Not for Kurt Parry, though. Got to be a 140. Had to be.
140.
That was so inviting, that 60 after dart 2. And he's got Richard not on the back foot now.
58.
He's got him in a different postcode. Or zip code, depending on where you're from.
Well, Dean Finn now looking to shut up shop in this game. It's a superb set-up turn. He'll take it. Needs himself on a 2-darter after 12. A single to double combo. Richard North nowhere to be seen. 140 means that Finn will have 6 from this
44.
point to wrap the points up. He lost 4-3 to James Welding in his first match of the day, having missed 4 darts to win it. But his fortunes will be reversed here as he gets the better of Richard North in a last leg decider. A tale of 2 7-leggers for Dean Finn so far on this Thursday. Defeat in 7 to James Welding in match 1, but a win in 7 against Richard North in match number 2. A decent performance, an average just under 90. That 161 was a real highlight, but it's those missed darts and a double which he's going to have to sharpen up on. It was his key strength in Group A, 42% for the whole group, but 4 from 15 there on the back of the 3 from 18 against James Welding means there's work for the Irishman to do in that particular department. Coming up after the break is Brian Raman up against James Welding. One of these two will move on to 4 points.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. On the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening count. coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. He's still with Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. And they see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Fox for a very good throw. Fox for the match. Starts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and starts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where by the end of this match, we will have an outright leader of Group C. One of James Welding and Brian Raman will become the first player onto 4 points in this group. Raman had a real spurt towards the line against Jensen Walker at the end of his first match. 14 and 13 darters in the last 2 legs from 2-2 secured a 4-2 success for the Belgian, whilst for James Welding had to dodge a few bullets. In fact, 4 mismatched darts by Dean Finn to cross the line in a last leg decider. The Irishman turned around his fortunes though before the break. He got the better of Richard North by 4 legs to 3, aided and abetted by a 161 checkout. And so as we enter game 6 of the session, we have 5 players on 2 points. 2 of them going toe-to-toe here. So the victor of this contest will have the early ascendancy after a couple of rounds.
How do you think James is feeling after winning that first game of his day and his campaign and his career here at the Modus Super Series? Because that is a game he could have easily lost.
26.
You get the sense it's going to be a feeling of relief more than anything else. Didn't play bad in that game. Average of 85, 50% on the doubles. It's steady enough
58
for a debut game. But probably the consequence of that match. Dean played very well in that game. Missed 15 darts and a double. And it did feel like, for the most part of that contest, James was the chaser in the game.
140.
Some people prefer to chase. Some people prefer to be chased.
134.
Which of those two is Brian? He strikes me as the kind of player
130.
that would like to front run instead of chasing someone down. Because if he finds himself 3-0 down,
137. Brian
I feel he's less
145.
likely to contend. Easy to say that. But I think he's more likely to play and
99.
win
James
from the front,
114.
even though he has won a game this week from 3-0 down.
Well, you may have to do this one from behind. The double 14 leaves double 13. Not by convention, but it's beautiful in execution. James Welding taking out the 114 by hitting double 14, double 13. It's a break and throw. And the front runner, Brian Raman, is going to have to win this game from behind.
Brian's probably thinking right now, why have you just gone and done that? That's one of my playbook. Because this is Mr. Double 13.
100.
He likes to leave it. He's just seen it hit by his opponent.
A man with a number of question marks on his shirt.
81.
He does like to leave our spotter here at the Super Series asking a lot of questions.
83.
Here's the Riddler. Oh, riddle me this, Brian. How do you get out of this?
Be all right about what you say about Brian. He's such a confident player. I head you back to the time when he was the #1 head honcho in the WDF. He just kept winning tournament after
57.
tournament. He just built up this real confidence about his game. And there did feel like a point at that WDF World Championship we spoke about a couple of years ago where it looked like he was going to go full steam ahead and win the competition. Ultimately, he was only beaten by Richard Veenstra, who, in my opinion, was the best player in that
59.
tournament.
James Require 87.
He was the best player at that tournament, in my opinion.
47.
Are you willing to have that discussion with Neil?
Oh, I know that I'm going to get a text from him in a couple of moments' time.
You're toast.
121. James Require 40.
Neil will also say, well, name me the amount of Lakeside titles he's got in comparison to me.
30.
Are you
Brian,
backtracking,
Require 81.
No, I'm just giving both sides of the argument. He played the best darts of that tournament, but he didn't win it.
56.
Brian nearly wins
James
the leg on the
Require
ball.
10.
And Welding, 5-5 for 2-0.
Game shot in the second leg. James Welding.
Very good. He's showing the level that
Third
will
leg, it's
contend
Brian
in
to
this
throw
group.
first. Game
Around
on.
about that 17 dart range of an 88 average.
100.
If he catches Raman struggling for timing on the release, this could be a game that James wins.
95.
I know what you're saying about Veenstra, though, because he broke the average record, didn't he, for Lakeside
60.
in that tournament. An average that was held by Raymond van Barneveld.
And he did so against Luke Littler.
26.
Correct. Largely forgotten. But nobody was writing anything about Luke Littler back then, were they?
100.
Yeah, it's different now.
Well, Brian Raman was almost hit by a 9-darter to win that game. Richard Veenstra is double 12 to win that quarterfinal of a 9-darter. Did so in 10.
61.
Yes, that would have been the first 9-darter at Lakeside
99.
for 32 years. And the person who hit that 9-darter in 1990 is actually going back there in less than a month.
28. Brian, you require 62.
Paul Lim, who's going to take on Moreno Blom. That's going to be a bit of a contrast of styles.
Game shot and the
Well, that was a
third
stylish leg
Brian
for
Raman.
Brian Raman. Pinning the double 16 with dart 15. He's back in this contest at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
You aren't kidding. Talk about a clash of styles. You've taken the slowest player in the field up against the quickest.
96.
That's like asking Brian Raman to play a snail. Slow isn't necessarily bad.
91.
But when you have two different styles, my word. It's like having Andy Roddick against Novak Djokovic. One of them takes a millisecond to serve. The other one
55.
takes about 15 bounces of the ball.
60.
Never forget afterwards, one of our esteemed colleagues who was working on that tournament went up to
41.
Richard and said, I don't see many 10-dart legs where players missed a dart at a double.
140.
I am really enjoying what I'm seeing from James Welding, I'm not going to
139.
lie. Sometimes when you see someone who's a second-generation player,
180.
it's easy to say, of course they're going to be good.
170.
They've got it in their jeans. Or their trousers that they're wearing.
66.
But it's
Brian,
not
you
that
require
simple.
30.
888.
14.
And a chance for Welding
James, you
to
require
stretch his lead to 2
104.
again.
He's got to be careful here because Raman really is building in this contest. But
James
that
on
is
in the fourth
superb.
leg. James
That's a
Welding.
second ton plus checker of the game for James Welding to open up a 3-1 lead,
Fifth leg,
just
it's
when it looked
Brian
like
to throw
Brian
first.
Raman was
Game
about to
on.
level this game and take control of it from that point onwards.
58.
Are we seeing more second-generation dart players than ever before
60.
now?
I think naturally because the game has developed so much more now. And look, even 20 years ago, it was a new
140.
professional sport. Now it's become more established on the scene. It's no surprise that that is now more the case.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
140.
We've seen James Hubbard here recently. His dad used to play for England. Vic, what a guy.
57.
Colin Monk, World Master, England International, Hampshire legend. His son Aaron is still on the tour,
131.
maybe not for much longer.
Could have him against Johan Brouwer here next year.
140. James, you require 170.
I'll stay right here.
56. Brian, you require 106.
He's been playing a lot more conventional over the last couple of
James
days, and
on
it's
in the
working
fifth
very
leg,
well.
Brian Raman.
Maybe he's saving the flair for a little bit later, because that was right out of the
Sixth leg, it's
textbook.
James to throw first.
Well, this
Game
is the
on.
contest of the day so far. 3 tub plus checkouts in
58.
5 legs. Welding leads 3-2. Has the darts here to get over the line. And remember, the winner of this game is going to be the first player in this group to move on to 4
56.
points in it.
$95.
James's dad, Kappa. He was a very well-known player around 18,
133.
19 years ago. It's one of those real rugged, strong dart players.
140.
Shake his hand and you think, oh, okay, so I need 6 weeks for that to heal. Really, really strong, stocky,
100.
and very effective dart player, Gary.
Well, Welding has seemingly staved off
83.
the Raman storm, which looked like was beginning to brew, particularly in the middle portion of this match. He's got this real ability, James, just to stick in with contests. He was outplayed at times in this game against Dean Finn. Okay, had to rely on opportunities from his opponent. But Raman here stuck in a bit of a quandary.
Should go 18s, really.
59. James, you require 125.
Not sure about that one. Thing is, if you get a single 18, you
45.
leave 154,
Brian,
you can go for the
require
same treble twice.
153.
153, you don't have that luxury. Look at me trying to question one of the best counters in world darts. How dare I?
63. James, you require 80.
Well, James Welding here looking for 2 wins from 2 on his debut day at the Super Series.
60.
He's had a match dart at
Brian,
tops.
you require
It was
90.
pulled low. It may just be a dart of the bull here for a man to save it.
57.
Didn't like the release.
James, you
And
require
Welding
20.
is in for a second win to lead after 2 rounds.
Game shot and the match.
And it is
James
a winning
Welding.
start for James Welding at the Super Series. 2 games played, 2 games won. And the man who just missed out on a spot at the Global Championship in December, well, he's making up for that disappointment in spades here at the Super Series. A 4-2 success, helped by 2 tub plus checkouts. We saw 3 in the game altogether. And have a look at those stats. Brian Raman averaged in excess of 90, had a flairish couple of legs. But Welding, despite having an average 11 points lower than his opponent, has crossed the finishing line. And he is the first player on to 4 points in this Group C. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch David Evans and Dean Finn go toe-to-toe for the 4th time this week.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, look, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Six games played here at the Modus Super Series. 2 rounds have been completed at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's a fairly evenly stretched Group C session so far. Only James Welding has won both of his matches up to press. 4-3 victory against Dean Finn in his opener before the break, a 4-2 success against Raman. Everybody else, with the exception of David Evans, have got a win to their name on this Thursday afternoon. And for the man from Preston, his campaign could be coming close to an end if he loses this game against Dean Finn, the Irishman, who got the better of Richard North by 4-3 in his previous match. For David's scoring hasn't been too bad, but he has missed a lot of opportunities and key opportunities, particularly that game against Jensen Walker, where he had led by 3-0 in that game before letting it slip. Walker winning 4 on the spin to get over the line in a last leg decider. Simply put, he loses this game, he could be in big trouble.
I think he's already in a bit of trouble. What he needed to do in the first couple of games was establish a base.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
He still needs to do that. And now that he's playing Dean Finn for the 4th day, he needs to get the points.
100.
He's played Dean 3 times this week and has only beaten him once. That was on Tuesday when Dean was having his bad day of the week. It is fair to say that Dean is not having a bad day today. He's playing some very
41.
good stuff. This is a big ask from Dave. Something has got to click.
140.
By the way, I've got a brainwave for 2025. There's a fixture that I really want to see.
60.
I want James Welding back here. And I want Jules Van Dongen here. Because it would be a really good welding ding-dong.
55.
Or a welding dongen.
Swiftly moving on.
It's Billy, earlier in the week, I was saying that we should get
21.
Dean Finn against Marco Cantala. It'd be Finn against the Finn. Everybody's got a perfect dance partner.
56.
There's a really nice narrative with certain fixtures. And the one that gives you that today is when Evans plays against Welding, because they're from the same area of the country.
6 from here for David Evans to take out the opening leg on throw. They only need the 3. The double 18 isn't going to join the 6 other ton plus checkouts that we've seen so far this afternoon.
Yes, 6. You heard right.
58. David, you require
We had a great
36.
day yesterday when we had 9. We've already made our way to 2/3 of that way already. We're not even at the halfway point. That is happening too often. He's missing doubles by margins. I think his confidence on the outer ring is a little bit fragile.
It just looks a little bit flat as well, doesn't it, for David? He's a player that has a real lively nature towards him, has a bubbling enthusiasm about the game. But that's just felt a little bit flat at times, but that will give him a bit of a fizz as he finds the double 4 to lead by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
I know it's got David Evans on the graphic there. Everybody calls him Dave. And the only people that call him David are the people telling him off, or indeed himself telling himself off. Because he does something that Dave Chisnell does. When he does something he doesn't like, he calls himself by his first name and the full first name.
Bit like Matthew Edgar, isn't it? A lot of people call him Matt. Some people call him other names as well.
100.
He's going to be headlining Saturday night at Lakeside against Jarno Bottenberg. Really tough first fixture for prime time, playing in the prime time slot.
59.
He'll be looking forward to that. And we all wish him the best. He's worked very hard to get a Lakeside debut. He deserves everything he gets.
57.
He's pretty much said on record that that could well be that. He wants to walk out as a Lakeside champion and then roll off into the sunset. Well, Evans looking to roll off into the sunset in this contest. A perfect setup turn there. The 162 leads 143, and suddenly Dean Finn's back is well and truly up against the wall.
82. David, you require 143.
Every time they've played this week, it's been 4-2. Right now, Dave would take 4-2. And he would run off the stage with a 2-leg cushion.
107. Dean, you require 170.
This would be rude. You always feel better when you hit shots like that when your opponent's on a double.
58. David, you
did have a chance of
36.
doing that. Second time Evans has been on double 18. Second time he's missed it low. And he was looking at the scoreboard when he went for that double 9.
Game shot.
It hasn't perturbed him.
David Evans.
For the second consecutive game, he's 2-0 up.
But he threw that more with hope than it was expectation of it going in. But Evans has got the break. He has a 2-0 lead in this match. He's playing all right in this game. But what has also happened is Dean Finn has had a real drop-off in level in this contest.
And that has happened at times over the last few days. He's had some big highs. He got 2 ton plus averages on Monday.
180.
But the C game, it is in the mid-70s. It's not necessarily your A game that you need to improve when you come here.
180.
You need to improve on the games where you don't play as well. And right now, Dave Evans, he is growing in confidence because as soon as Dean starts with the maximum, Evans comes straight back with one.
60.
Well, let me quote something out of the Chris Mason textbook. How many times has he sat in a comms box? He'll mention about players, particularly of D's caliber, having a really high A game, but that next level they have to develop is that B game to be able to obtain more consistent results.
55.
And the story of his Group A is pretty much down to it. At his best, he got some really good results. He did some really good things. But when it wasn't quite going to plan, he wasn't able to carve out the results he would have liked, and he should have got to put himself
54.
in Group B later on this
David, you
evening.
require 170.
That's something you can learn to do here. It's something that Evans has learned himself over the years.
Well, it's the best platform to do it. And for Dean, who hadn't had
56.
experiences like this, he's got 25 games this week. And he'll come out from this, regardless of the end result, having learned so much more. And he'll be so much a better player for the experience.
He'll be hoping he's got 29 games this week.
72. David, you
he's in
require
the final.
114.
The shot is gone. But the hope is still there. They're both deviating a little bit left of target.
32. Dean, you
In the
require
seventh match
135.
of the afternoon. You can't go too far left on this shot, otherwise you'll find yourself in the 11. Okay.
$41. David, you require 82.
I am struggling to figure that out. Double 16. We'll come back to what Dean just did. This is a big dart. He's going right. This is a long shot. But boy, oh boy, that's a good one.
David Evans.
He's 3-0 up. Can he finish the job this time, I wonder? Right.
Fourth leg, it's
135.
Dean to throw first.
When your opponent's
Game
on
on.
82 and he's just hit it. Why would he go treble 19? Let's dissect it, shall we?
180.
He might lose this game with two 180s. He might not even get a leg. 57 from 135 leaves 78. I think I figured out what he was doing.
140.
He was going treble 19, double 19 tops. But I still believe that 135 starting on the bullseye is a safer play.
It's all about that darts maths, isn't it, Nico?
61.
Yes, you've got to get your counting right. And you've got to get your tactics right.
$125.
This is a genuine chance for Evans to get a victory, a much needed one. And if he does get it,
50.
everybody will have points after 7 matches, and it will be only James Welding who has got 2 victories. Everybody else will have 1. This is shaping up to be a very tight group.
Well, this potentially is the best possible result for James Welding, because what he can do is open up a gap at the top of the table.
45.
He'd move on to 6 following the end of this game, and only one other player would be able to go on to 4. So he'd be 2 clear of the player in second, but he'd have a guaranteed 4-point gap from the rest of the group after just 3 rounds of play. And remember, it's the top 2 in Group C that progress their way through. But Finn looking for a response, and he will know what happened in David's previous match with Jensen Walker, where Stretch spurned a 3-love lead.
Well, if I may, we are in a position in this match where David Evans is no longer playing Dean Finn. He's now playing himself.
40. Dean, you require 73.
In the words of Rocky Balboa, this is you against you, isn't it, Dave?
65.
Can he
David,
find the
you
knockout
require
punch?
151.
Not to be for David on this occasion. So Dean Finn will have 3 more at double 4 to bring this game back to 3-1 and to
Dean, you require
force
8.
David Evans to serve this contest out. He's left himself with a 2-darter for the match in case, but he's not going to get a poke. Back to 3-1, and Evans on throw has the opportunity to get the job done.
5th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You ever seen Rocky IV, Henry?
Nope.
Get out. The scene I'm talking about in that movie, it's
45.
where Carl Weathers, who plays Apollo Creed, is taking on an exhibition fight with Ivan Drago, played by Dolph Lundgren. He asks Rocky Balboa, played by Sylvester Stallone, for his help to build up to that fight.
125.
Balboa says to Creed, this fight you're having against the Russian guy, it's not you against him, it's you against you. And Apollo Creed said, what are you talking about? Well, I think this game, Evans is in the Creed seat.
87.
Dean Finn could be anyone right now. But the situation that Dave is playing in, it's all about whether he finishes the job.
138.
And Dean is just continuing to chip away at his opponent.
Have you ever heard the analogy of the blunt axe? You see a big tree in the forest and you think, oh, okay, I want to chop
60.
that down. You can chop it down with a sharp axe and it might not take long. But if you've got a blunt axe, it will come down, it'll just take more time. You have to chip away at it with
43.
patience. And that's exactly what Dean Finn is trying to do right now. He's the blunt axe, David is the tree. And if he's a kind of tree, he's a bit like Jimmy Van Ski. He's a sequoia.
$59.
Jimmy, who will be one of the fancy favourites to lift that Lakeside title when it kicks off at the end of November, the beginning of December. But David beating himself up in the background. I'm just having a look outside
99.
the window in our commentary box. He really is chastising and having a word to himself. He looks like he's at one with himself.
Yeah, I think he's trying too hard. And this negative self-talk from Dave has to stop. He's in a very good position in this game. Don't try too hard. Just let it come to you. Stick with your rhythm and try and
80.
win the game.
Dean, you require 96.
He's too tense.
There's a saying in sports about wanting it too much, and possibly David Evans can be found guilty of that. Double 19.
58.
Would have been for the break of throat. But this would be some way to stem the tide for Stretch if
David,
he
you
could
require
finish with the big
170.
fish.
This is where, if you've got a defined and comfortable pre-throw routine, this is where you can hit this shot. If you don't have one, you're not going to hit it. Maybe just thinking about it too much. And the word he used, as soon as he threw dart 2, he said rubbish.
125.
That has got
Dean,
to
you require
stop.
38.
But the Rock could continue here. Again, chatting to himself in the background.
He was expecting Dean to hit that. He hasn't even looked
30.
yet.
David, you require 45.
This is where you take a deep breath. You let all the energy sink down to your feet and you say, okay, it's simple. Hit a 13, hit double 16 or 5 and tops and move on. Don't try too hard. Just hit it.
Double 10.
35.
But chances have come and gone, and
Dean,
he
you
is
require
boiling
8.
over.
He genuinely is. He is furious. Double 2.
Game shot and the 5th
And that's
leg,
just throwing
Dean Finn.
extra petrol on the fire. Finn could take us all the way.
Sixth leg,
And
it's Dean to
something
throw first.
has got to happen
Game
for
on.
Evans to just chill a little bit here. Because if he doesn't, he is going to lose this match as well.
But it's potentially there's 2 more legs of this game to be played, and it looks like David Evans has reached boiling points already, and this is going to annoy him even more.
125.
And you have to give credit to Dean Finn here, because as soon as he won that leg, he walked straight back down the hockey. He tried to stay as far away from David as possible. He doesn't want to get dragged into whatever's happening inside the psyche of that man.
83.
Dean's been around a good few years. He is not a greenhorn when it comes to playing people in settings akin to this.
60.
He's quite wily. So with that in mind, when you play someone who is going through the challenges that Dave is going through right now, you might say to yourself,
140.
because he is at one with himself in a somewhat negative way, he might be thinking, I've got you.
84.
If you're too tense and you're trying too hard, I can win this game because I feel quite good.
But can it also then consequently become the fact that you've seen the other guy bubble up and burst on the outside, then you try too hard because you
43.
think you've got them on the rack?
Depends on the person. You've got to understand the situation and do what you need to do to win. The only way I can give you proof of this is
100.
quite a few years ago, I played Richie Burnett and he was very animated. And I involved myself with what Richie was doing 0%. I gave myself extra space. I didn't look at anything he was doing. The only time I looked at him was when I beat him. And that's exactly what Dean needs to do right now.
100. Dean, you require 132.
This to take it all the way to a last leg decider. Evans had led 3-0, just like he did in this game against Jensen Walker. But it could be pegged back again.
What do you think Dave's going to do from 135?
60.
He's going to go for the bullseye because it's the right thing to do. Treble 20. That was a good dart. He threw that well.
99.
Now,
Dean,
he
you
is
require 72.
praying in his own mind right now that Dean doesn't hit this. Look at him in the background. Does he start nodding his head as if to say, yeah, he's going to go and hit it? He was right, though.
Game shot in the sixth leg. Dean
For the second consecutive game that Dave has played, it's gone from 3-0 up to 3-3. This is a massive, massive test of the grey matter right now. Dave has got the darts.
Game on.
But the momentum is all Dean's.
Well, as soon as Dean Finn hit that double six, David Evans came trudging back to the drinks table and was mopping his brow. He has tried to
99.
keep his cool, but his mind is in a furnace at this present moment in time.
Henry, do you know what you do if you get caught in quicksand? I'm being serious. You relax. Because if you don't, you sink.
59.
Right now, Dave is in quicksand. He needs to relax. The moment he starts jiving and wiggling and gesticulating, he's going to sink. So what he needs to do is stay
58.
still and just go through some positive stillness. I know that sounds a little bit out there, but that's exactly what he needs to do.
He's just taking the pace out of the game a
52.
little bit as well, is Dave. He's tried to do everything he can within his own mind to try and keep himself as set as he possibly can.
He needs rhythm. In moments like this, it's all you need to feel comfortable. You need rhythm.
100.
And every world-class darts coach that I know says the same. When you practice rhythm. And you take it into the game with you.
140.
The halfway point of the leg, he has still got the darts. That is a win. But his rhythm, it's not there. It's too slow.
This could be a big dart. And because he hasn't found a trouble there, he's opened up the door for Dean Finn. 6 darts on 250 to turn a 3-0 deficit into a 4-3 win. And it would mean for David Evans, in back-to-back games, he has squandered a 3-leg lead.
96.
This may sound like a really obvious question, but this is something that needs to be asked. Of the 2 players on the stage, who's throwing at the same pace every time?
It's Dean.
Yes.
$57.
And the
Dean,
amount of negativity that is coming off the stage from the aura of Dave Evans right now, it's so evident it would open up a can of soup. Oh no. Just for a moment I thought that Finn was going to do it with the most hurtful type of shot.
David, you require
He leaves himself
130.
on tops. Does Dave believe that he can hit this? If he can, everything changes.
But you feel it's a shot more of hope, more than expectation. And David Evans knows the error of his ways. He has allowed Dean Finn 3 darts in his hand at double top
37.
to complete the ultimate
Dean, you require
turnaround.
40.
For the second game in succession, David Evans has led a match by 3 legs to 0. And he's on the cusp of letting it slip. Because Dean Finn has turned this game on its head and has turned his fortunes around. Having lost his first game by 4 legs to 3 to James Welding, 2 subsequent successes by the same scoreline sees him on to 4 points in this group. David Evans is seething as he walks down the stage, having let a 3-0 lead slip again. He's the only player yet to pick up a point so far in this Group C campaign. Coming up after the break, it's a meeting between Jensen Walker and the table topper, the only unbeaten player thus far, James Welding.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. 26 180s in total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this.
128. Richie
didn't get dart 8.
41.
He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9-darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCarr,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Showing the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win Jeffrey Swan defeating Diving Bird at 6-5 as
59.
Hanahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This would be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
a match.
Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the stunning Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where we've reached the halfway point of our afternoon session. And before the break, David Evans had let a second 3-0 lead and as many matches slip, losing out by 4 legs to 3 to Dean Finn, who moves on to 4 points in the group. Joining James Welding on that mark. He's the only unbeaten player left in this Group C, and he takes on Jensen Walker in our middle match of the session.
It's Jensen to throw first.
So as
game on.
The Interceptor's day is concerned thus far, he lost 4-2 in his opening match to Brian Raman before then
57.
Getting the better of David Evans from 3-0 behind to win by 4 legs to 3. That was despite missing 12 darts at a double in that particular contest. There's been a lot of promising signs for Jensen so far today, but would it also be fair to say that there's a few pieces of the jigsaw puzzle in a number of departments that he just needs to tighten up on?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think a few of the players over the last couple of days would say the same. It's very rare that you see someone having a very complete week from start to finish. There are going to be bumps in the road. You can play anything from 8 games in a weekly campaign to 29.
58. $58.
Jensen is from Coventry, which is not exactly far away from our referee's neck of the woods.
180. Jensen, you require 72.
Stop along the M6.
32.
Almost.
James, you require 87.
And Welding comes back in to steal another leg. He's been brilliant at this today.
62.
Not on this occasion, no.
Jensen, you require 40.
And so Walker will get another bite at the cherry at tops. Now double 10. No mistake.
Game
Walker
shot in the
one up.
first leg. Jensen Walker.
I do like the Jensen Walker checkered flag
Second
shirt
leg,
because
it's
there's
James
so
to throw
much
first. Game
Formula One related about his name. Jensen Button, of course, the 2009 world champion, and of course, one of the greatest ever commentators of all time, Murray
57.
Walker. And he'll be hoping that by the end of this game, as far as his league position is concerned, it's all go, go,
57.
go for the young man from Coventry.
100.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that you're more of a Murray Walker kind of guy instead of Ted Lowe.
You were a part of that video, weren't you?
45.
Yes, if you like a bit of car racing, we do have a
59.
video on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel using the dart skins. And we had some really good fun with
100.
the car racing version. We almost billed it as Formula One versus NASCAR, didn't we?
54.
If you are going to watch, I'd recommend you turn the volume down just a little bit.
Yes, because it's all his fault. Oh, doctor, I've got a burst
99.
eardrum. I blame Henry Deacon.
It's usually bleeding eardrums in my case. Anyway.
Well, don't bust this, James. Especially now you're under pressure.
James requires 60.
Double 10. Yes,
Game
very
shot on the
good.
second leg. James Welding.
This guy can hit doubles under pressure. He's done it all day long. And he's yet
Third
to
leg is
lose.
Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Well, he mentioned it in his previous match against Brian Raman. He's got this ability just to
60.
hang around in legs. He may not have the consistent scoring power as some of the other players in this group, but he does enough
96.
leg on leg just to keep himself scratching around the surface, and he's been clinical when opportunities have come his way.
78.
What is going on with that dart shirt of Jensen Walker?
57.
When he goes up to his dart shirt designer, does he just say, "Can I have everything on it?"
100.
It's like an everything bagel, this thing. It almost looks celestial.
81.
From a distance, it looks like stained glass windows and a phoenix on the back.
140.
Well, a win here would see him rise up the table at the expense of James Welding.
41. Jensen, you require
He's
123.
hoping that leg 3 is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And he has got 6 on here to open up a 2-1 advantage in this match.
49.
You missed a trick there, because with all of the players that we get, like these guys, we should now start seeing that 1, 2, 3 is as easy as ADC.
2 16s.
42.
But it's not going to be 2-1
James, you require
Walker.
86.
And these have been the types of gilt-edged chances that James Welding has been taking against opponents.
James
and he
shot in the
takes
third
out
leg.
another one
James
there.
Welding.
The 86 goes. Welding gets the break and opens up a 2-1 lead
Fourth
against
leg,
Jensen
it's
Walker.
James to
He's
throw
halfway
first.
now towards a 3rd win from
Game
3.
on.
And he would open up a temporary 4-point gap from Richard North and Brian Raman, who occupy 3rd and 4th, but they do go head-to-head in match
100.
9.
Do you think that James has played some rugby in his life?
140.
Because my first thought when I saw him this morning, because I've never met James, he looks like he's built like a scrum
140.
half. I can imagine him being behind the scrum, picking up the ball and either hiking it with his foot
100.
over the top or chucking it to the centre. He's got that kind of build. Low centre of gravity.
57.
Looks like he's made of tough stuff as well.
That part of the world, you have to ask whether he's union or whether he's league.
100.
League. It's Wigan.
Oh, yeah, them and St Helens, the dominant force. Did they win it again this year, Wigan?
100. Jensen, you require 161.
Someone from Wigan, it's like saying, are you more of a man who likes a pie or a salad?
97.
They have the World Pie
James, you
Championships
require
in Wigan.
104.
Because the pie was invented there.
One year they actually contested the result of the Pie
80.
Championship and they went on the
Jensen, you
TV
require
programme
64.
Judge Rinder to solve the result of it.
Judging this one could be Judge Walker.
32.
You
James
can't
required
give
24.
James chances. This game proves it. He doesn't miss them.
And the 4th leg, James Welding.
He's not missing a trick. Give the man a pie.
5th leg, it's Jensen.
It's the first time I've ever said that in my life, and I immediately regretted it. I meant to say prize.
100.
I went with pie.
Can't go wrong with a bit of pie.
100.
But Welding looking to be the upper crust as far as this group is concerned.
100.
He's been given crumbs at points in this contest, but he is taking advantage of the
96.
opportunities that he has obtained.
Got any more pie puns? Or are you saving them
42.
for later on and tomorrow?
I've only got 3.14 of them.
That's very good
60.
darts maths. Well, we are playing on a circle. You can't do calculations
59.
for circles without 3.14 or pi.
Well, Welding here looking to complete a 3rd victory from
134.
3. He has taken the ascendancy of this match and he has left himself first to a finish on the Walker throw to complete a 4-1 victory. But that second
140.
treble, that
James
world
Ducard,
card second
111.
treble, has left himself a single to double. If this doesn't go, it's tops of the match.
91.
It just
Jensen, you
drags
require
low.
60.
He could have finished this match off in about a third of the time of the previous game.
Game shot and
But
the
it's going to
fifth
take a
leg,
little longer
Jensen
now.
Walker.
In the words of Murray Walker, we need another lap.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. 58.
The surnames of both of these players, they're
140.
actually both trades, aren't they?
57.
And Welding is a very big trade in this area because it is a naval town. In fact, the Ark Royal,
140.
one of the now retired warships of the British Navy, was maintained in Portsmouth,
140.
but built on the River Tyne. Do you want to know how I know
91.
that? Because in the 70s, my dad was actually a welder on the Ark Royal.
140. Jensen, you got 130.
Well, this to take us all the way. Remember, he was 3-0 behind against David Evans in his previous match. And for 3-1 behind, he's taken us all the way by pinning the little fish. And we go the distance once again in this marathon Group C session.
Final leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
This group is bonkers. Nobody is safe with any sort of lead. What is it we
84.
say? Somebody wins from 3-0 down on average once a week. In this group, we might have it 4 or 5 times. But from 3-1 up, I thought there's no way that Welding's going to lose this match. He could well do so.
57.
Well, this has been an incredible afternoon of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
60.
This is our 5th last leg decider in 8 games, and 2 of the other matches have gone by 4-2 scoreline.
180.
Well, let's face facts. With the third 180 of the game, it looks like Walker is the favourite now. And we did say at the top of the show, expect the unexpected in this group because we had no clue who was the favourite. And from nowhere, Jensen Walker has found... What is it they have in those cars?
96.
DRS?
Jensen, you require 40.
He's left tops after 12. He's gone through the gears.
Bust it, Jensen. Think about it. You don't want to be on 5. Well done.
Score.
Don't give yourself unnecessary hassle.
64.
And so we go back
Jensen,
to
you
tops
require 40.
to seal the comeback win. He trailed 3-0 to cross the finishing line against David Evans in his previous match. He trailed 3-1 in this contest. And he now has 3 more darts at tops to complete another sensational comeback win. And from
Game
behind,
shot, and the match,
once
Jensen
again,
Walker.
Jensen Walker has claimed the checkered flag. It's not over until you cross the finishing line. And Jensen Walker is showing some real resilient, battling spirits. The interceptor is intercepting big leads. And he now moves on to 4 points in this group. 89.26 the average, 4 for 13 on his doubles. And how key was that 130 checkout to take us all the way? And that could be a defeat of consequence for James Welding because he could have moved clear at the top of Group C. We could now, well, we're guaranteed now to have a 4-way tie on 4 points at the top of the group following this next match between Richard North and Brian Raman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to complete the third round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Jensen Walker had trailed 3-1 against James Welding. He looked en route to a third consecutive win, but Walker with another comeback success. It's been an afternoon filled with comeback wins so far. For Brian Raman and Richard North, the victor of this game will move on to 4 points in the group. There is a guarantee that come the end of this match that we'll have the top 4 players situated on the same points haul because of that defeat for James Welding before the break. As far as these Tuesdays are concerned, Brian Raman, you could argue, has played the best dance of the day. Had a spurt towards the line to beat Jensen Walker 4-2 and then lost out to James Welding despite averaging in excess of 90. As for Richard North, he beat David Evans 4-1 in his opening match and then lost to Dean Finn 4-3 in a game he'll feel like he perhaps could have won.
100.
It's a dangerous statement to make, that. A game I could have won. How about walking into the practice room right now and saying that?
96.
I think most players can say that from some situation they've been in today already. Definitely Dave Evans.
57.
Definitely Welding now, considering that last match. And you've already mentioned these two. So this is what the Aussies would call a mixed bag of lollies day.
34. 44.
Does it feel like Brian's beginning to trend back in the right direction again?
Definitely better than yesterday.
32.
And it needed to be as well.
$65.
I think we're going to wait until game 9 to use the phrase reset mentality. But maybe forgetting about
83.
Group A is the right thing to do for everybody involved here today. Raman, Evans,
130.
and Finn. It's all gone. No point dwelling on it.
48. Brian, you require 105.
Interesting play there from Richard. Double 16.
Game shot in the first
Doesn't matter what
leg
Richard
by
left.
Raman.
That kill from Brian is just a little bit of evidence as to how good he can be.
Second leg, it's Brian.
When he gets it right,
Game on.
he makes it look easy.
That's his third ton plus checker of the day.
92.
The 105 joins the 106 and the ton in his catalogue of big finishes. The finishing wasn't overly
55.
an issue for Brian. He was kind of trending around par for the course in Group A. 40 hits of 123 attempts, 32% all told. Just underneath par for the course.
101.
Show off. Middle of the leg, 2 bulls. The only person I've seen do that this year is Dimitri van den Berg.
140.
And he's the first person I've ever seen who's had 4 bulls in a leg. What's Richard up to with that
26.
bullseye?
Brian, you require 129.
It hasn't worked. Brian is playing this game like he's got a reservation for dinner. Trying to motor his way through it.
81.
And so far, so good.
Well, 3 minutes, 8 seconds, and he's on the cusp of potentially a 2-0 lead in this match.
21. Brian, you require
30 seconds off record pace. He can't hit this, surely. Oh,
Game
that's
shot
a
in the
great
second
dart.
leg. Brian Raman.
Shame on me for thinking he couldn't. Well done, Brian. Great dart.
Third
Well,
leg
he's
is
the man
Richard
that
to throw
sees the
first.
impossible
Game
and
on.
sees the improbable in this sport and then says, well, have a look at what I've just done now.
60.
He's like a very famous pair of shoes from a huge German-based sports company because they once
60.
said, impossible is nothing. I'm not really sure about that, but I can see where they're going. Philosophically,
105.
I can understand what that statement is about.
97.
I wouldn't say that if you've left yourself 159. Because that is impossible to take out on a double.
38.
I think you've taken the point too literally now. You've literally done that.
I am covering myself because in the past, I've left it
92.
one sentence short, and then you get people on social media saying, well, yada, yada, yada. Yes, all right.
58.
So I have to cover my bases. And if there's one thing
57.
people in the practice room downstairs are learning, is that even if they go 3-0 up, they are not safe.
54.
Something is coming undone now for Richard. He's had some good times today, but against Brian in this mood,
171.
you're not going to get much left on the bone.
His head's in a spin.
31.
It's
Brian
in an
required
absolute spin.
24.
There's nothing less to be said about it. Raman's looking at double 12 for a 3-0 lead. And at this point, you almost want Richard North to be put out of his misery here.
12. Richard, you require 155.
Make yourself less miserable by hitting this. Just not feeling it.
45. Brian,
That's why
you
he's using the
require
bullseye
12.
a lot, and if I may say so, too much. But look what's come his way.
Richard, you require 110.
But this is where going for all these bullseyes at the beginning of this leg really has come back to cost him, because he should be on a 2-darter. Could have been on a single to double combo here.
Absolutely right. It's all about doing the right things at the right times, whether you're on a finish or not. Well,
Game
well,
shot in
well.
the third leg.
Out of the
Richard
clear
North.
blue sky, Richard North wins a leg. And if I may be
Fourth leg
brutal,
is Brian to throw first.
that was a leg
Game on.
where he gave up. And it proves that you don't give up in any leg. Because if an opportunity
100.
presents itself, you can take it. He can consider himself very lucky to have that chance. But I will give him his credit. He took it.
Turns out impossible is nothing.
It wasn't impossible. It was improbable.
39.
But maybe he can learn from that leg. If I were a member of his family, one of his friends,
97.
I'd say to him, watch it again. Don't do that again. Learn from it. This is a new learning
100.
experience for a very experienced dart player. He's just had a bit of a gift.
95.
But when you get a gift, it doesn't unwrap itself. You have to unwrap it, and he did that.
128.
And the thing is, you've got to then ask the question of Brian Raman in that situation, particularly if you're Richard North. He's left himself on a finish here, Raman, 1-3-4, and he is
87.
going to get
Brian, you
6
require
center because North has gone astray
134.
of his last start to that previous visit.
Double 16.
118.
It's particularly pretty, that finish, when it's hit, and it wasn't far away.
Would have been for the third tub plus checkout
57.
of this
Brian, you
game.
require 16. Game shot in the fourth leg. Brian Raman.
Brian actually doesn't want another ton plus finish. He wants to get this finished
This leg, it's Richard to throw first.
before Richard gets
Game
his
on.
tail up.
Well, you said yesterday there was 9 tub plus checkouts for the entirety of the Group A session. Well, we've matched that here.
100.
With 6.5 games to go.
43.
No, the averages haven't been meteoric today. We haven't even scared a ton plus average. The biggest one that we have had is that 90.19 that
91.
Raman had in defeat, believe it or not. But the ton plus finishing has been
96.
really exceptional.
Is it fair to say that this has been a typical Group C session where the standard's been good about it being truly spectacular?
108.
I'd say that. 130 finish had a lot to say about the previous result.
Richard, you require 130.
When Jensen Walker took it. And he won from 3-1 down, remember.
And he took this finish out from 3-1 down.
65.
That was the finish that got himself back into the contest.
100. Richard, you require
I think the Riddler is just biding his time. Double 16.
57.
If he chips away at this and there's one more error from Richard, the Riddler could be very, very giggly.
140.
He's done his
Richard,
job.
you
He gets to the
require 8.
two-darter. Richard has got to play Batman.
2-4, so 3-2.
Game shot and the 5th leg, Richard North.
And this game is very much back on, and Raman is forced to serve it out. Well, there was perhaps an irony towards the end of that last leg where we saw Richard North for one leg in this contest play pretty much exclusively on the 25 and bullseye. And the one time he could have plausibly gone for it, he decided to go for treble 11.
He's always been quite creative. If he leaves 80, he likes going for 2 tops.
67.
If he's got 80 with the first 2 darts going for the bullseye, I can
97.
understand it as much as I don't like it. Do you know why 105 is not a bad first score? Because you can go maximum to leave a double. That's what he's thinking.
180.
But if you score a treble 20 and a 5, bullseye makes less than 0 sense.
Brian, you require 84.
Well, Richard North would be thinking danger here because Raman has got as much time as he wants to see this game
52.
through. He's going to leave himself on double 16 after 12 to complete a 4-2 victory. It'll be his second win in 3 games. He'll move him on to 4 points, third in the table.
60.
You don't envisage Brian missing
32.
from here.
6 starts for the match. Double 8. And
Game
Raman
shot
does move
and the
on
match.
to 4
Brian
points
Raman.
in the group. He gets the better of Richard North by 4 legs to 2. At times, it was a little bit questionable for Richard North, but for Brian Raman, well, amidst everything else that was going on, he managed to keep it all together. An average of 88.08, despite missing 10 darts at a double. He also took out a 105 finish in amongst that contest. That spells the end of round 3 of our day. Coming up after the break, we are going to see Dean Finn take on Jensen Walker. The winner will be the first player to 6 points. Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen thus far. Before the break, a win for Brian Raman 4-2 against Richard North. The last unbeaten record was ended in the previous round as well. James Welding losing out to Jensen Walker by 4-3 scoreline. Whilst David Evans still hasn't got a win to his name, and twice he has blown 3-0 leads. Dean Finn winning from behind to get the better stretch in that one. This is how the table looks going into the final couple of rounds of matches for the day. 4 players tied at the top on 4 points. Welding and Raman with a +2 legs difference, but Welding on top because he has won more legs than the Belgian so far today. Richard North won the first game of the session against David Evans, who is still looking to pick up the opening victory of his day. The winner of this match between Dean Finn and Jensen Walker, our 10th match of the session, will become the first player 1 to 6 points. They'll temporarily take the lead in the table going into the final round of matches for the day. 2 players who, if you actually break their day down and break down how they've been playing, fairly evenly matched. This could be a really, really tight game to call.
I'm not even sure who the favourite is. Like you mentioned, they've got the same points. They're playing at around about the same level. And they both have that ability
First leg, it's Dean to throw first.
find another gear at the right moments, especially Jensen. When he finished that game against Welding, he was on another planet.
Well, you mentioned it's hard to call. The bookies have just
60.
about favoured in Dean's direction. 4 to 6 before the off. Jensen, the 11 to 10 outsider to win this game with the odds
47.
compilers.
You can see how tall Jensen is. He's probably got 2 or 3 more years to grow.
55.
He might end up as tall as Jimmy Van Ski. He'll have to go some, though.
180.
And I'd classify that as going some. When he gets it right, my word, is he a very good player. They both are.
180. 96.
They're not hanging around, are they? If you like swift darts, you've come to the right place.
Swift darts tailor-made for you here at the Super Series.
55. 60. Dean, you require 151.
I have stopped this week trying to figure out where Dean Finn's going on shots like this.
$96.
That's very
Jensen,
good.
You require 118.
Ton plus finishes, they are the work of these darters today.
Yeah.
In that spot right there.
58. Dean, you require
118.
55.
We're going to talk about that in leg 2. Because this leg might be over.
$15.
Not yet.
Jensen, you require 60.
Totsa Walker for the break of throw. And as you can see, because his darts stand up to attention, that's awkward. Open better double 10 is not a friend either.
Dean, you require 40.
Easy for us to say he shouldn't miss this time.
Game shot and the
He
first
doesn't.
leg. Dean Finn.
So let me illustrate something to you. You've got 118 left, and you throw darts
Second
like
leg,
Jensen
it's
does.
Jensen to throw first.
Very upright.
Game on.
You block the treble 20 just like that. What's your next move?
98.
Do you go left or right to try and find the only blocked treble on the board? Or do you find another way to get it? This genuinely frustrates me.
58.
Because the younger generation are so much ahead of the game as we were at their ages.
58.
Go treble 16, Bull. Just use it. And I've only seen one player do that
70.
in my experience here, and that was Fallon Sherrick. She tried it, she didn't hit it, but at least she did the right thing.
60.
I think somebody else tried it, I just can't remember who it was.
Probably Connor Scott.
I don't think we're going to see him again here.
Nope. And that's a good thing. Because it means he's going to be on tour next year. Nothing ill-willed against the sniper.
180.
I thought you were going to say something nasty about Connor there, considering the nickname he gave you the last time he was here.
Oh, don't worry, I've not forgiven Connor for that.
180.
But unfortunately, he's going to be about 100 miles away from me every single week for there to be some kind of comeback.
This game is going into overdrive. We've had 4
139,
maximums, and it's only the end of leg 2. Oh, no. That doesn't taste very good at all.
89. Dean, you require
Finn
54.
Smelling a really big chance to extend his lead with a break of throw.
That could be a glaring error, that, for Jensen Walker. A big mistake, and it's punished to the hill by Dean Finn. He takes out the tops. He leads 2-0. That was a 14-darter as well. This is a high-quality contest, the best contest so far we've seen today.
This game is all about fine margins. It's not just about the smallest sections of the board and misses
59.
at double. You miss a single when your opponent's on a finish. Be prepared to make
55.
yourself get paid for it. He's got a mean look in his eye, this lad.
100.
And he is in the mood. That is a third maximum. And he's looking for a third consecutive leg.
96.
This would be a potential reversal of the situation he was in the previous round.
Well, he's in the mood, and he's put Jensen Walker in a mood as a consequence. His average at the moment, 95.5.
80.
Really is going through the gears here. Walker's not going to take out the 350 in 6, and so Finn has 6 to a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Dean is one of 4 players this week who has registered a 3-figure average. He's got 2 of them. Romeo Gerbavats has got the 2 best ones. Bolton and Spellman have got a 100.2 average each.
123. Dean, you require 138.
This leg could quietly have a different complexion about it. It looked like Dean Finn was beginning to run away into the sunset in this match. But if he doesn't take out this 138, Walker's got an opportunity here at this 87 to bring it back to 2-1 and bring it back on throw.
47. Jensen, you require 87.
How quickly a leg could turn on its head. 5.
77.
And that would have been a great response to a slow
91.
start there for the young man from Coventry.
It's going to be 17s, is it? It's not going to be tops.
51.
He's at the wrong
Jensen,
treble
you require
twice.
10.
This is a leg Dean Finn may feel like he's let slip. Because Jensen Walker looked a long way away, but has managed to find a way of winning leg 3. He's broken the throw of his Irish opponent, and this game is back on throw with Jensen having the ascendancy of the darts in leg 4 to level up at 2-2.
$58.
When I look at Jensen right now, I am really pleased with where the sport is at. We're starting to see more boys and girls getting bigger opportunities. Organisations like the PDC, the WDF, the ADC, the JDC, they all deserve credit for what they've done to get people involved.
140.
And Jensen Walker's playing under more organisations right now than probably anybody. Just think about what you were doing darting-wise when you were 18.
135.
If you're a little bit more seasoned like some of us are. Let me put it into perspective for you from a personal
83.
level. I wasn't even allowed to play against anybody else until I was 18. Because it had to be in a pub or a club. Nowadays, kids are going to academies before they're even 10 years old.
40.
That is how the sport is going to have sustainability going forward.
100. Dean, you require 146.
Jensen, real credit to those systems that are coming through. Probably one of the poster boys for it, and particularly maybe more so in the future as well.
88.
More that his story develops, more than he as a player develops. But he's looking to develop this game to an even encounter. He had trailed 2-0.
45.
So able to take out the 120. And now he stares in the background as Dean Finn looks to re-establish a two-leg gap in this contest.
You have to expect to be 3-1 down if you're Jensen right now.
Game shot and the
That's what it is.
leg. Dean Finn.
He's been good on tops, especially today.
14 darter, and he has the darts for the match. Much to the questionable surprise of Jensen Walker, who's lost his place in the queue. And Dean Finn could be at the front of the qualification queue for tickets for Saturday night's final. If he wins this leg, he'll win 4-1, and he'll become the first player to move on to 6 points in this Group C.
44.
Do you want to know why we've had so much success for Irish players here? Because in Irish folklore, they always say, never start a journey on a Sunday
60.
or a full moon. That's true. And when Dean started his journey this week, it was on a Monday. It's fascinating looking into Irish folklore and a lot of these superstitions that they've got. Never hand someone a knife. There's another one. Always put it down and let them pick it up.
59.
That is hugely bad luck.
Such an amazing country is Ireland. One of the best countries I've ever visited in my life. Incredible people.
100.
Incredible history. Incredible stout.
I didn't know what you were going to say there.
77.
Let's face it. Ireland is what it is because of the people.
Oh, yes. Amazing people. The kindest, friendliest. They treat you as their own, and they welcome you as a household friend whether they've known you for 10 minutes or 10 years.
$56.
Well, he'll just press pause on the chance of winning this match by a margin for now. He was hoping from 170 to leave something under 100. Now, Jensen has to go for the 60 here. He doesn't have another option. If he goes anywhere else on the board, he's not going to leave a finish. He must go for the 60.
60. Dean, you require 114.
This for the match. This for 6 points. And this to be the table topper for now. The 114 isn't going to go, but he is going to get another opportunity. But that last dart, errorless as it is, could be so costly.
He's only scored 95 with his last 2 visits.
122. Dean, you
It
require
turns out
75.
he might only get 1 dart at a double from 170 in 3 visits. He'll get 2 if he needs them.
But he only needs the one to cross the line by 4 legs to 1. Dean Finn gets the beating, gets the better of Jensen Walker. He's the first player to move on to 6 points in this Group C. He looks to lead more than anything in the end. At times, he made it harder work than perhaps it should have been. His doubling much better, 4 from 6 in that particular match. He crosses the line against the hot young talent Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 1. So that's the end of the 10th game. It sees Dean Finn top of the pile, and we'll be back with more Super Series darts on the other side of this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Game 11 sees David Evans and Brian Raman go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw a victory for Dean Finn against Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 1. That moves him on to 6 points in this group. It moves him joint top of the group temporarily, but Brian Raman can join him there if he gets victory in this match against Stretch, who is still looking for that first win. And it looked like the frustration was boiling over at the end of his previous match against Dean Finn, where for a second game in succession he had trailed by, led by 3 legs to 0, and then let that lead slip to the Irish. He did so as well in his match against Jensen Walker. And you feel like more than anything, it's not just a game between Brian Raman and David Evans, but also it's going to be a contest where we see where David Evans is 58. In terms of his mindset, his headspace.
Yes, that's exactly what this game's all about. And that is with all due respect to Brian, because
100.
He's just had his best win of the day, in my opinion, beating Richard North convincingly by 4 legs to 2.
96.
I know he beat Jensen Walker by 4 legs to 2 earlier, but it just felt more authoritative by the Riddler in that previous match. But on this occasion,
40.
He's actually got to be the Riddler. He's got to be the bad guy. He's got to make 100. Dave feel worse than he already does.
And the other thing is, you look at Brian's previous match against Richard North. Now, he was doing all sorts of things in that game. And he managed to overcome a player that was having a battle within himself. And he may have a 59. Similar type of contest here, depending on how David Evans starts.
This is not a good sign for Dave.
121.
But if I could do one thing, sport-wide,
43. Brian, you require
if I had a wish
126.
that I could give to everyone. Oh, hello.
140.
That was quintessentially Raman, that shot. But if I could have one wish, I would give every world-class dart player in the world, including the up-and-coming ones as well,
99.
the ability to stay still on dart 3.
Game shot in the first leg.
First
Brian
leg to Raman, but it drives me up the wall. I don't understand why people do it. We talk about it
Second leg
daily.
is David to throw first.
Stay still
Game
on dart 3. Stop leaning, walking, or doing anything like that. You're just costing yourself points.
100.
That's how you do it.
You sound like a teacher when the school bell goes. Stand still.
That bell is
88.
for me, not for you.
Boy, do I remember them days.
Yeah. Probably about 4 years ago.
57.
The year I left school, they started bringing
95.
iPads into lessons.
I've got no comment.
Do you still have chalkboards?
Yeah.
100.
Whiteboards are a luxury. Our teachers were still allowed to hit us.
140. David, you require 164.
I'd imagine it was very tempting in your case as well.
Watch yourself before you wreck yourself. And David is looking to stretch himself.
132.
That's more like it.
He's left himself on a double after 12 to level this contest up at one apiece. But
100.
Raman is
David,
hot on
you
his
require
coattails,
32.
leaving himself on a 2-darter. He's not going to get a
Game
go. It's a
shot in the
much
second
improved
leg,
leg by
David
David Evans. 13-darter, level we are at 1-1. That's much more like it from Dave.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game
The
up.
first 3 legs of a contest haven't been a big problem today. It's the next 4.
140.
But wherever David Evans is throwing at Brian, he has seemingly been able to fire back. He looks in full control of himself here, Brian. He's a player that at times
100.
ourselves, we've questioned his demeanour, we've questioned his mindset and mentality. But he looks very much controlled within oneself
85.
and looking in very good nick right now.
He looks in better nick today than yesterday. And I feel like we're dipping our toe in the pond of philosophy a lot today.
97.
That's all you can do. If we think about that for just a second,
100.
as we see another maximum in this contest, the second now, all you can do is better than yesterday. That's it.
58. Brian, you require 96.
That will make you think.
Well, this could be better than the previous leg. Was a 13 from Evans. It's not going to be a 12 for Raman. But David must be thinking, just as I looked like I was snapping myself out of this rut,
72.
the guy up against me is firing in the best performance we have seen all week so far. Average of 105 for Raman.
100. Brian, you require 24. Game
That'll
shot
get
in
it
the
done.
third leg. Brian
And
Raman.
after Evans's 13-darter, Raman finds a 14. There's some quality in this game.
Fourth leg is David to
Spawning
throw
up
first.
quite nicely.
Game on.
This game 11 of our day. 4 more to go for the conclusion of this
84.
one. Welding will take on North, and then the final round of fixtures will see Brian Raman return for a match against Dean Finn, who's
60.
currently on 6 points in the group. That could be a game that determines who's top of the table overnight. Richard North up against Jensen Walker, and then David Evans will take on James Welding in the crescendo match of this Group C
96.
session. Then we do it all again at 10 o'clock.
60.
Who are you looking forward to seeing tonight?
I'm really looking forward to watching Thomas Banks play. I think we've seen a player the last few months really mature into a fine talent. had a fantastic
99.
weekly win. He'll be the first to admit that Champions Week did not go his way. And sometimes there's a danger of somebody
60.
like Thomas at his age, of his ability to have one really good run and then one knockback really send him back. But he then recovered so well at the ADC National Finals. He goes on, he wins the title, picks up the 8 grand check. He's going to be the number 1 seed for the Global Championship. I think we're watching a really special talent develop at
94.
an attainable rate. And I think he's somebody that, if he continues the trajectory he's going in, we're going to be talking about on the biggest stages for a lot of years to come.
100.
I'm looking forward to seeing Peter Jakes for the first time in a while. He's won a weekly title here.
57. David, you require 78.
He's bringing Martin Turner with him from Yorkshire, who was hoping that it's 7th time lucky to make Saturday. Double top for Dave.
38. Brian,
We
you
haven't
require
had a 170 checkout
170.
this week yet. And we still haven't.
And he hit one the last time he was here, Brian Raman.
46. David, you
But
require
Evans,
40.
looking at tops. Looking for a level game. Double 10. 2-2
Game
it
shot in
is.
the
So
fourth
credit has to
leg,
go where
David
credit's due,
Evans.
because David Evans has been hit by a couple of haymakers by Brian Raman, on top of a
Fifth
couple of
leg is
big
Brian to
knockout
throw
punches by
first.
other
Game
opponents
on.
when he'd led in games. A lot has gone on between the years of David today, but he is still
140.
hanging in there. But Raman continues to pose questions of the man from Preston.
Come what may, I almost don't want this game to go 4-3.
93.
Because at the minute, Evans in a last leg shootout, it's going to feel
105.
like he's constantly going to the well. And it's just really difficult to constantly have to try and win by 4 legs to 3. Every now and again, to make yourself feel better, you just got to
125.
win by a distance. Take it easy on yourself. But some players just aren't like that.
140.
Well, the problem in this game isn't necessarily himself, it's what his opponent is doing. A man averaging 95. You can make an argument he's been the best player so far today. Well, at the moment, he's putting in the best performance of the
100.
day
Brian, you
so
require
far.
116.
There's no debating that. Double 18.
98.
He made mincemeat of that second dart. He made that look so easy. It really wasn't. Does he go for it?
78.
Or
Brian,
does he
you require
split?
18.
This is Brian Raman. Of course he'll
Game
go for it.
shot
Of
in the
course
fifth
he'll
leg.
find it.
Brian
And he's 3-2 in
Raman.
front. It's another 14 darter for the Riddler. And he's posed a question of David Evans.
Sixth leg
He
is
steps
David
up to
throw
the
first.
hockey.
Game on.
3-2 behind, throwing to stay in the contest, whilst Brian Raman in the background, looking good, feeling good, and at the moment playing good.
60.
I think Brian is the only dart player, maybe with the exception of John
45.
O'Shea, who has got an insane asylum on the back of his shirt. Because he actually has the words Arkham Asylum
81.
on the back of his shirt. You might think that's kind of morbid, but that is the institution which is very famous for
100.
housing the bad guys in Batman.
Why couldn't they have just called it prison then?
Ask DC Comics. I don't know.
Funnily enough, I don't think I'll get a response.
100.
There it is on the back there. Somewhat macabre shirt.
99.
But it definitely gets the approval. It's mysterious, that shirt. I like it.
140.
If we were going to have an awards ceremony for Dart Shirt of the Year, does Stowe Bunce win?
Stowe Bunce takes the top 5. Come on now, Nico.
I know he's in the top 5 because he's top. Well, Dave is looking to do what Brian did. He's trying from the right angle, in my opinion. But Raman's got, believe it or not, he's got two options here. One of these days, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes treble 20,
Brian, you
bull,
require
bull.
160.
Has been done on this stage before by Jared Cole. But Evans looking to equalise this game up
David,
at 3-3.
60.
He must be thinking, here we go again. Because it could be involved in another last leg decider. But this time it'd be he who's come back from behind to enforce leg 7.
50. Brian, you require
First
97.
time in this match that Dave has looked a little bit stressed. Double 19. That was the target anyway.
39. David, you require 10.
This is the first time today where Dave actually wants to be 3-3.
Splits. And now double 2. The irony is that first start may be slightly inviting, but it doesn't go. And so Raman to move on
Brian,
to
you
6 points in this
58.
group to secure a 3rd win from his 4th game. He's got a couple of darts, or he should get a couple of darts at top to see this game through. At times, he has been at his brilliant best as the Belgian. But he hasn't picked the points up. And you
David,
could
you
hear what
require
he felt
4.
to that.
Dave is fortunate. That missed. Got to be aggressive.
2.
He gave it a chance,
Brian, you
but
require
he might not get another
20.
one.
This the match-winning opportunity for Brian Raman. Great guide. Utilises
Game
it
shot,
perfectly.
And the match, Brian Raman.
And Brian Raman picks up his 3rd win from 4 matches. He moves on to 6 points in this Group C. At times, he was superb, but he may feel like he worked harder for that than perhaps he needed to against David Evans, who at points showed his qualities, but 9 missed starts and a double, once again coming back to cost the man from Preston. As for Brian Raman, well, he's pressing on in this Group C. Coming up after the break, it's James Welding up against Richard North.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. It's
not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Brian Raman sealed his third victory of the day. He got the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 2, an average of 86.72, 4 from 11 on the doubles. Raman really is beginning to go through the gears and emerging as perhaps the best player of the day as far as this group is concerned. James Welding held the early aces in this group. He won his first couple of matches, but defeat to Jensen Walker last time out, despite leading by 3 legs to 1, has put him somewhat on the back foot. And if he loses this game to Richard North, then he may find himself quickly sinking beneath the quicksand. But for Richard, it was a bit like a jack in a box in his previous match. It was a box of tricks of which you didn't quite know what was going to happen next. Hopefully, he's been wound down and he'll be jumping out the pack in terms of an excellent performance.
50.
But the truth is, it was just pretty much all over the place at times in this game against Brian.
Yeah,
45.
that's fair. And if I may, he does look a little bit flat coming into this one.
43.
What he's got to do is he's got to maintain a little bit of composure. Stick with his
99.
really good rhythm that he's always had. Because what he's always had with these front-loaded darts that he's using now...
42.
It's a very high address point when he brings the dart backwards. There's a spin of the dart in the fingers. And then
96.
it's thrust forward. It's a really good technique. But what he can't do is think about things too much the way that Dave Evans has been.
46.
And he can't get too quick. Stick to what you're good at and trust it.
This may well be the first game
85.
today where James Welding finds himself as the front runner, because there's been a lot of legs where he's just hung around his opponents as they high scored against him and then picked
60.
them at the post
James
as they
Dubai,
missed opportunities.
133.
This game may have a different feel for James somewhat.
93.
I don't know about you, because you've seen just as much Super Series darts as I have the last couple of years.
60.
Is Welding as quick as they come?
40.
Because he is rapid.
Game shot in the first leg. James Welding.
Welding's like a whippet. And he's raced into a 1-0 lead against Richard North.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
So do we add him to the group of Danny Lauby, Moreno Blom, Yellow Classen as the quick fire speedsters?
I think
85.
he's up there. Look how quick this is. That's quick.
82.
Very well done from North there. He could have easily panicked and gone downstairs. That was a really nice recovery. But that is even better. There's some heavy tungsten being thrown on this stage right now.
46.
But there's a canyon between the two of them numerically.
$81.
That was a very stern look, wasn't it, at the scoreboard from James Welding.
98.
Almost telling
James
himself
Dubai,
off and forgiving
158.
himself in a matter of 3 seconds.
Well, he's got 6 here for 158, but Richard North is tiptoeing on his
58.
shoulders somewhat. Only 58. If North can find a couple of trebles here, suddenly this leg could take a different complexion. But we've seen this earlier
20.
on today
James
from
Dubai,
Richard.
100.
And the frustrating thing is he was still in the leg, even if he found a couple of trebles from that first dart. And he's given a free opportunity.
60.
James Welding almost burst it. Paul Nicholson nearly burst out of his seat
56. James
That
require
was so
40.
close. Seriously, James. That was frightful.
35. Richard, you require 134.
Now, I'm going to say it again, and I hate moaning in this commentary box, but Richard, should it be a 1-3-4? Give yourself maximum
42.
opportunities,
James
man.
require 5. Game shot in the second leg.
This
James
is the right
Welding.
scoreline so far. North needs to start doing the basics right.
Third leg, it's James to throw first.
And at the minute, he is cutting a very
Game on.
disconsolate figure. And considering the year he's had, I think the most important
81.
people in his life right now are the people that he will see after today.
24.
I feel Richard is the type that kind of needs that tough love, doesn't he? That has that arm around the shoulder, but sometimes
96.
needs to be told about certain things. You kind of need to get the balance right with him.
What did I say to you earlier on about ambition?
57.
It doesn't exist today. Richard's got huge ambition when it comes to this sport. But in order to get to where he wants to be,
58.
he's got to let it go. He's got to build. And it's tough. It's really hard.
60.
Because he knows how good he can be. But in order to be the player that he wants to be, he's got to build towards it again. It's not going to happen
96.
overnight. You can't snap your fingers and say, wow, I'm not in Kansas anymore. I'm back to the Pro Tour. It doesn't work that way.
60. James, you require 170.
Well, this is a 3-0. And James Welding
100.
has had this leg easy, if the truth be told.
44.
And Richard looks like
James,
he's
you require
about to
70.
combust.
Double top.
Game
yes,
shot
it's
and a
very
third
good.
leg,
Very
James
tidy
Welding.
indeed. He has been very clinical on the doubles today. I'm going to be
Fourth leg, it's
fascinated to see
Richard
his
to throw
numbers
first.
at the end of
Game
today's
on.
campaign. But if you see an opponent, somewhat figuratively,
40.
on the deck, you do what Dan Henderson used to do in the UFC.
134.
They're out cold. The referee hasn't called the fight. You get a flying elbow in the gish. And you just make sure.
180.
It is there. Feel good about that, Richard. That was a great
80.
visit. Now just replicate.
And this is what we've said about building that base.
54.
And you know what the worst bit will be about it was the start was so positive. Good performance game 1. Played okay game 2. Was just
58.
outscored a little bit by Dean Finn, who played well in that match. And then suddenly it's like something's clicked and it's all gone wrong for him.
You've got to understand how adrenaline works.
77.
It's not there all the time. When you first walk onto the stage in game 1, for
97.
a period of about
Richard, you
2
require
legs,
150.
the adrenaline will be at its height, but over the course of time, it will fall. Why? Why?
55.
I'm not going to say anything
James, you
more.
require 132.
James Welding's got this for the match.
And he wants a couple of bullseyes here. But he's not going to take it out here. North back for 95.
50.
To
Richard, you require
extend this
95.
game with Welding sat on a 2-darter to win this contest. Double, surely. It's not to be.
57.
And so
James,
this,
you require 82.
to see this game through 4-0.
He's got to get a 25 and bull. Well, this will be some shot.
Game shot.
Oh,
and the
my
match,
word.
James Welding.
How good was that?
For James Welding, he's beaten Richard North by 4 legs to 0. Coming up next, Brian Raman up against Dean Finn. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, James Welding got the better of Richard North by 4-0. And this is how the table looks going into the final round of fixtures. Such an intriguing one. James Welding, Dean Finn and Brian Raman are all on 6 points. Jensen Walker hot on their heels on 4. Richard North beat David Evans in the first game of the day, but neither player have won a match since. They're the bottom 2. And so we have a really intriguing end to the day's play. Brian Raman and Dean Finn go toe-to-toe. And the winner of this contest will be guaranteed a share of the lead at a minimum going into tomorrow afternoon's action. Finn, who started off the day with a 4-3 defeat to James Welding, has won every single match since. And you could perhaps make an argument that Brian Raman has been the best player of the day. He averaged 90 in his defeat to James Welding, and his level of performance hasn't really deviated from the mid to high 80s mark and the low 90s mark in that game against James Welding.
Yeah, that's what we're getting today. It's 80+ average stuff.
100.
But the thing that makes it watchable and competitive is the fact that most of the players are doing that as well, even when people are winning with that stuff. So it's really
40.
gripping, especially in the middle of the schedule where it was 4-3s everywhere. But since then,
100.
we've had a round of matches that have all been with the throw and have been won by a distance. I wonder if this last round of Group C today will be the same.
140.
I'm not sure this game's going to be like that.
Feels like full blood and thunder, this particular
41.
battle. We were mentioning earlier on today how Brian is the type of player that really can build up ahead of speed, and that perhaps one of his best suits is his front-running abilities. It looks like he really is building up ahead of stride, but the problem he's got is Dean Finn is going to follow him dart for dart, moment for moment.
121. Dean, you require 141.
If Dean has missed a segment this week, it has been
125.
slightly left.
Brian, you require 139.
But as the days go on, it is improving.
He's left himself at a double after 12 here to
59.
get
Dean, you
the
require
break of Brian
16.
Raman's throw. It's been a positive start, a fast start for Dean Finn.
Taking the sting out of the game as well. This is tricky.
Eight.
3 well-thrown
Brian, you
darts,
require
but
80.
none of them find what he was looking for. That single was brilliant.
Game
the
shot
double
in the
is
first
even
leg.
better.
Brian Raman.
That was such a risky single 20, that, but he threw it so swiftly and so hard.
Second leg, it's Dean.
It's
to
as
throw
if Dart
first.
once
Game
said,
on.
just pass me by.
Well, Raman has been so good at picking apart finishes like that, winning legs like that all day long, where
134.
he may have been behind in the scoring stakes, but he's left himself in a position that if an opponent misses, he will get a chance.
80.
And once again, he takes advantage of that opportunity, and he has the advantage in this match.
$140.
Have you ever thought how much time must go into having hair like this?
60.
I mean, it's like a work of art, isn't it?
Well, put it this way, the barber in Belgium that Brian goes to must do a bit of work.
28.
That's got to be quipped up to perfection. Slick it back, bit of
100.
fade on the side. Oh. And I just go for a short back and sides, me. And a bit of a clip off the top. Admittedly, if I go for anything else, there'd be nothing left.
42.
I know, but
95. Dean, you
I didn't say a word.
157.
The only way that Brian leaves a
57.
bogey number is if he's missed something. He doesn't leave bogey numbers from tactical errors.
60.
He's
Dean,
too
you
smart for
require
that.
100.
For level game, tops. Was what he was looking at. Raman has already taken out the 106 today.
80.
Watch out.
Brian,
If he
you
misses
require
the 60
106.
here high, he might go for 60 double 13. Here you go.
Game
He
show the
loves
second
double
leg. Brian
13.
Raman.
Might as well call him Agent Double 13. He leaves it more than most. And even with the 60
Third leg,
shielded a
Brian
little
to
bit,
throw
he
first.
still wanted to
Game
go
on.
for it.
His 4th top plus check of the day. The second time he's taken out 106 today.
121.
He has broken the throw of Dean Finn. A game which could have so easily have been 2-0 in the direction of the Irishman is 2-0 to the Riddler.
I can see it now. Daniel Craig has finished
48.
as 007. Brian Raman is going to be 0013.
40.
Available in the middle of Lidl.
Now there's a joke that someone overseas won't get. Mummy, what's a Lidl?
45.
I don't know, son.
Basically, supermarkets like that do brands that are not brands, and that would be a little bit like 007, wouldn't it?
So Peter Kay once told
95.
a very vivid story about someone from Bolton called Blue Ray. Probably asked for James Bond and get 0013 instead of 007.
Jensen Walker may not even know what a Blu-ray is.
Just stop.
32.
Put it this way, when I went to school, they got rid of the VHS player when I was in year 1, and they put a DVD player in.
100.
You've probably never seen a phone that didn't text.
No.
I feel old. And these guys aren't old.
135. Brian Ricardo.
Late 20s.
145.
Dean is 30, I believe. Plenty of time ahead of them to do what they
57.
want with their darting dreams. Dean's in trouble of walking away with just 6 points today. But if he does, that'll be the 3rd time this week he's done
59.
that.
Brian, you require 88.
Brian has found 8 points. He got 8 on
56.
Tuesday. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was what happened the next day. Even if he hits the double 16, he should know that he's not safe.
90.
Dean Finn has
Brian, you
won
require
from
32.
3-0 down today.
Clipped off the
James on the
barrel and
third
into a
leg.
3-0
Brian
lead.
Raman.
Brian Raman is in cruise control of this contest and is now just a leg away from completing the day
Fourth
with
leg,
8
it's
points.
Dean to throw
And he'd be
first.
guaranteed, at
Game
the
on.
very worst, a tie for the lead.
Brian wins this game and wins 3 games tomorrow. Does he qualify?
14 points will be more than
60.
enough. I actually think it could be a group where 12 points sees somebody through. I really do. I mean, you'd
95.
expect Jensen Walker to beat Richard North in the next game. You'd probably expect James Welding to beat David Evans. However, David did put in a better performance last time out. But it's such a tight group that 14, I think, will definitely see somebody through. 12,
100.
depending on how tomorrow goes, could just about be enough. But a lot depends on that last game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we could see separation
59.
after round 1 tomorrow with the top 4 and the bottom 2 if things go the way that we've seen today already.
$42.
At this stage, we will remind you that you can be here on Saturday night. There aren't many tickets left at
43.
all, though, so you're going to have to be really quick. And if you get tickets for Saturday night, you will automatically get a pass for Saturday afternoon, because the WADC
139.
will be hosting a tournament here on Saturday afternoon. It is the WADC Women's
58.
Championship
Dean
Tour
Uruguay,
Grand Final starting at
160.
12:30. Got the likes of Dieter Hedman, Fallon Sherrick, and others here on Saturday afternoon.
Next Saturday's event is completely and utterly sold
44.
out. And if you do want more ADC darts towards the end of the year, the Global Championship will take place. We'll tell you more details in a few moments' time about that.
Dean Uruguay, 116.
Finn looking for 116. It'll be his second Tub Plus checkout of the day. And it'll be an inversion of his previous one, which was the 161. And this is to save the match and potentially save his day. Tops. Oh,
Games
beautiful.
on the fourth leg.
When his back
Dean
was
Finn.
against the wall, Dean Finn has found a ton topper from out of nowhere.
Fifth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you've got to do things the hard way. And by that, I mean win from 3-0 down.
100.
And in the case of Finn, again, he's trying to do it. But the Global Championship will involve a certain Brian Raman, because he's a qualifier from Belgium. And that is a tournament that will start on the 9th of December.
45.
He played all the way through to the 22nd of December.
57.
You can be here for the finals of that. The 2 Saturday nights, and then the Sunday you can be here for www.dartshot.tv. That QR code that you get for Super Series tickets on a Saturday, you can also use to join us for the ADC Global
125.
Championship finals. 24 players over 2 weeks will participate in that tournament. A couple more spots to be filled in each of the
100.
weeks with qualifiers in the UK, the Seniors, the Oceanic qualifier. But so far, so good, the lineup. And we'll give you more on that in our next game. But Brian Raman here, 2-4-4, potentially 6 starts away from winning this match.
140.
Sitting a 4th win from 5. If Wednesday was a day of woe, well, Thursday has been absolutely terrific for the Belgian.
94.
I wonder what he's going to do from 150.
Oh, no.
He's going to be sensible. He's not going to go for 3 bulls. As incredible as it would be to finish your day on 3 bullseyes. With Dean Finn sitting on 91,
Brian, you require 150.
2 trebles is the right thing to do. Double 18.
180.
That came out of his hand so fast.
Dean, you require 91.
That would have been his 5th Tub Plus checkout of the day. He's hoping he only has to throw 1 more dart, and that's on the back of a Dean Finn miss hit.
Double 19. That's what he's done all week.
51. Brian,
And
you
now
require
his day might be
32.
over.
Setbacks lead for comebacks, and the reset mentality of Brian Raman today has been absolutely superb. Tuesday was terrific. Wednesday was woeful.
No score.
But Thursday is not fantastic just yet.
Dean, you require 40.
I, like you, Henry, didn't think he was going to miss that. He didn't think he was going to miss it. Dean
Game
didn't
shot
think
and
he
the
was
fifth
going to
leg.
miss it. But
Dean
now that he
Finn.
has, the comeback is on.
Back to 3-2, and this game back on throw.
Sixth
Brian
leg
Raman
is Dean to
posed
throw
now
first.
with
Game on.
1 or 2 sizable questions. He is going to be with us in December for the Global Championship. He'll be playing on the very first day of that particular tournament.
180.
Dean Finn, who missed out on the Irish qualifier to Conor Heenahan, has kicked off this leg for Max. As too has the brilliant Belgian.
That was a bit of a sassy celebration, wasn't it? An offering to the dartboard. We have seen somebody hit a 9-darter to finish a
55.
session here. That was Sebastian Białowski. Oh!
140.
He had some vigour in that 6th dart. It just misses out. Still a brilliant start to leg number 6. Coincidentally, Sebastian Białowski is going to the PDC Pro Tour.
Oh.
He's waited a good amount of time to get there, but
44.
he's chipped away. He's had success here, but he is going to be a tour card holder from January the 4th.
83.
Well, in fact, he's going to be playing alongside Brian Raman at said Global Championship. But for the Belgian, it's about rounding off today with a 4-2 success. May well get time on his side now for the 98 because this has been a disaster with a visit from Dean Finn.
26.
He cannot
Brian
recover it with
Unifier,
dart
98.
3. And so this, to end what has been a great day, a day of recovery, a day of putting the wrongs
38.
right. And he has left himself on a single to double combo after 12 to seal a 4th victory.
Let's consider that this is game number 20 of the week for these players. If their arms are just a little tired, that makes them
26.
human.
Brian, you require 60.
To finally finish Finn off. Triple 12, double 12, but that's a tired, low drag dart from Raman.
Well, what do you want to do now with 15 left? Don't bust it. Leave 4s. Okay, don't.
48. Dean, you require 170.
Well, it's next to his favourite double 13. It's a double 6. The fish? The fish?
Dean Fish?
Would have been D-lish, but it could be defeat
94.
for Dean Finn
Brian, you
right
require
here.
12.
When he's had chances to cross the finishing line, and that is awkward.
It's got to go high here, over the top.
Well, Thursday
and the
has
match,
been
Brian
a
Raman.
day of recovery for Brian Raman. Everything that went wrong on Thursday went so right today. 8 points to his name, 4 wins from 5, and he's guaranteed to, at worst, have a tie for the lead at the top of this Group C. The brilliant Belgium is pretty much in the picture now when it comes to qualification through. He has set the pace for the rest to follow after a day where he kicked off very well. He had defeat midway through. He kicked on to the end, winning his last 3 matches. A 4-2 success against Dean Finn to round it off. Coming up after the break, Richard North takes on Jensen Walker.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108!
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman!
Back-to-back 9 darters! So the ADC Championship, Global Championship, will be taking place towards the end of the year. And these are the players that are going to be participating. Pretty much a who's who of the Modus Super Series, including the reigning champion Marvin van Velzen in week number 2. Week 1 has got some real highlight names. Thomas Banks, Brian O'Man, Andy Bolton, Sebastian Białecki, Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Dieter Hedman, who won the WADC Tour, Conor Heenahan, the 9-dart man. Then in week 2, you got the likes of Adam Mould in there, Van Velzen, Gary Stone, Fallon Sherritt, Queen of the Palace. You got Joe Croft and Johan Gelderhuis, who won the South Africa qualifier. 4 more players to book their tickets over qualifiers over the next couple of weeks, and we'll update you more on who makes it through as time moves along. In fact, the United Kingdom South qualifier takes place this weekend, and I've been speaking to 1 or 2 people about it. It's going to be very well attended, and there are some big names, Super Series regular names, that are going to be participating.
Yeah, winning a championship like that could be a really big springboard for yourself.
Oh, no. Get out.
Yeah, that was bad.
It was awful.
That was really bad.
It was awful.
First leg.
Anyway, game 14.
to
Quickly
throw
moving on.
first.
Richard North up against
Game on.
Jensen Walker.
However, the biggest thing about that global championship, someone is going to have a chance to be the first
49.
champion, and that is a big, big thing. I remember when Phil Taylor won the very first European Championship.
58.
He got so much attention for being the first winner, and he was the first winner of most majors. But he received a beautiful crystal trophy
60.
for winning that tournament back in 2008. Do you know what he did with it?
95.
He gave it to 2 brothers who were both in wheelchairs, and they gifted it
180.
to a darts pub in Rodgau, Frankfurt, Germany. And it's still there on shore for people to see it.
45.
We've seen a bit of everything from Richard today. The weird, the wonderful, The good and the bad. This is a little bit of the good.
133. Richard, you've got 112.
Well, he's had a couple of ton plus finishes. They've both been 110s, Richard North.
38.
Jensen's had the little fish. Can he complement it with the big fish? Another. Bullseye.
137. Richard, you require 74.
Just for a minute, we thought he was going to do it. Double top.
35. Jensen, you require 33.
So, for the opening leg, double 16 for Jensen Walker.
1. Richard, you require 39.
Well, this is where you've got two options down south. It's double 10 for North.
Game shot on the first
That'll do
leg.
it.
Richard North.
If Jensen Walker loses this game, will he feel like it's a match dropped?
Yes.
Second leg is Jensen to
But there's a
first.
caveat
Game
that comes with that, or an asterisk. It very much depends on how well Richard plays. If Richard plays
59.
well, you just say the better player won. However, if Richard plays the way he does from game 3 or game 4, it's a match that Jensen should
83.
win 99 out of 100 times.
Well, eventually that qualifier, there's some big names that are going to be playing in that. Jared Cole is going to be participating in that
60.
qualifier. Adrian Gray, a man who's made it through to weekly finals here in the past. Liam Goyne, good player. Very much having a good year
105.
around the circuit. Jamie Kelly, JK, friend of ours here at the Super Series. Adam Lipscomb, Tom Lonsdale.
93.
A player that I know you rate very highly. Scott Marsh. Heading down the list of names. Jack
87.
Treadley was so good, wasn't he, on debut? Jack Vincent, and there's one name that we've just looked at and both thought, okay, and that name is Steve West.
I've got 2 words for you. Why not?
99.
Can I be perfectly honest?
When are you not?
And be a little bit critical of one or two people?
When are you not?
There's an opportunity to win £25,000
135.
and a big title, a global title. And there's a lot of players that decided not to enter the qualifier.
That's their fault, isn't it?
84. Richard, you
This
require
is for a
91.
2-0 lead. There's also one other interesting name of the draw, which I'll get to in a second.
Double top. 10s again.
81. Jensen, you require 106.
There's a lot of reactions happening on the stage here for Richard. Maybe more dramatic than usual.
70. Richard, you
Well,
require
Richard,
10.
go north. Not quite the Arctic, but it almost is. And double 5 gives him a 2-0 lead.
Richard
I've got to be
North.
honest, I didn't see this coming. But it is good and much better
Third
than
leg
we've
is
seen in the last
Richard
2
to
matches
throw
he's played.
first.
Well, it looks like he's pulled it all together now, hasn't he, Richard North? But there is one other interesting name who's entered the qualifier. A player called David Williams, who you might know better as Darts for Fun, who played at the Influencer event. Now, he is handy.
134.
Is he allowed to use his own darts this time?
Yes. I'd like to think
57.
so. I don't think there's any need for a handicap system in that company.
Well, he's not allowed to use the ones that he had at the Influencer event because they're too heavy. They're illegal.
I mean, I'm not sure there's going to be more before the entries close. I think they closed either tomorrow or I imagine early Saturday morning, but I'm surprised that more people haven't entered that.
40.
And there's a lot of people that speak about how they want more opportunities. Well, there is an opportunity there. There's an £85,000 prize fund, 25 which
78.
goes to the winner. An opportunity to call yourself a global champion. And it's a free weekend and you're not entering the qualifier.
58.
That's my moan over anyway.
Jensen, you require 149.
I'll give you a reason why. Those weeks before Christmas,
87.
if you haven't already got the opportunity to take the time off, because these are semi-pro, if not
Jensen
amateur
requires
darts players.
62.
If they can't get the time off, they can't play.
$46.
I don't care how good Richard can be. He's never going to finish this leg at this visit.
53. Jensen requires 60.
Actually, that makes sense. In a strange sort of way.
Game shot on the third.
However, let's move
Jensen
on.
Walker.
I think he's been using the bullseye too much today, but on that
Jensen
occasion,
to throw first.
it did make a little bit of
Game.
sense. When it comes to the Global Championship, I think you've got to be planning quite far ahead. Some of these players are going to have to go to a qualifier, win through, and then potentially have to ask for time off just before Christmas. That's a tough thing for an employer to give someone with very little notice. That's why a lot of dart players from yesteryear to today, they give themselves more opportunity because they may have their own business.
93.
And they can give themselves the time off.
$60.
Nonetheless, whoever's playing in that tournament, it's taking place on the 9th to the
59.
22nd of December at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, exclusively live on the Super Series YouTube channel.
And surrounded by Christmas decorations as well, which will make them feel very festive.
We've got a pool star on the
95.
top of the tree. Got to have a pool star on the top of a tree.
Oh, there's a good idea. I haven't got my tree yet.
No,
I'm going to get one of those.
And you know, the end of the song, you have a partridge on a crab tree.
You thought about this way too much.
I suppose I'd be the golden hen, wouldn't I?
37. $138.
Silence is golden.
Richard, you require 149.
He did start with a ton-plus finish in his first game today. He's not going to get another one. This one was a lot harder than the 110 he got in game one, though.
54. Jensen, you require 72.
That's not a bad accident. Double 16 to level after being 2-0 down. He could reel Richard in.
Game
And
shot.
that's
on
what
the
he's
full
done.
leg.
He's resolute as
Walker.
Jensen.
A touch of respect there
If
as
they
well
get
for
Richard to
Richard.
throw first. Game on.
He may be young in terms of years, but he's beyond his years in terms of his experience and his maturity when it comes to this game.
He's been eyeing up that monitor to the left of the dartboard, Richard, like he's trying to solve string theory. He's been around darts for years, but
58.
he's been puzzlingly surveying the scores, even at the start of a leg. Move. Don't stay up there, whatever you do.
133.
Somebody switched him back on again. This is a great leg from Northie.
North Bot 180 is
99.
back in action. He's got 6 darts from here to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. Suppose you'd be heading to the Richard North Pole at Christmas at the Super Series, wouldn't you?
95.
And if you're really naughty boy, you get a lump of Jared coal.
Somebody save me.
43. Rich, you require 93.
What a leg this is. That is a
Game shot on the
wonderful
fifth
12 dart leg from Richard North. At points today,
Sixth leg is
it's
Jensen
like
to throw
half of him
first.
has
Game
been on planet Earth and half has been in the upside down. But stranger things have happened because in this match he has performed brilliantly,
180.
albeit at times.
It's been sporadic, but as far as Richard is concerned, we mentioned at the beginning of the day, it's about building himself in the right direction. Take out that patch in the middle of the day where all sorts is happening. There is actually a fair bit that Richard could take out of today and see as positives moving into day 2. But I suppose the biggest question will be whether Richard sees it that way.
Are you brave enough to ask him that question? How much time have you got?
140.
10 o'clock session starts tonight, right?
Yes, it does, so don't ask
You
him.
require 135.
I don't know what more to say about a 135 checkout today. I think I've covered every base. Richard is on 363 points, and Jensen went for the bull.
41.
No! Try and score 95, and then leave yourself tops.
7.
And he's been
Jensen, you require
twixt in
94.
between from that effort. I just think that was tactically wrong from Jensen. As for this one, your guess is as good as mine. He shouldn't be going for the bull.
62.
That time he got it right.
Well, any which way, he should win this leg because Richard North is not just in a different postcode, he's in a different
46,
county
Jensen, you
and
require
possibly in a different
32.
country. Double 16 for a level match. 2 8s.
Game shot.
And once again, we go all the way.
Now, if I may,
7th and final
when
leg,
Richard
it's
has played
Richard
well
to
in this
throw
game,
first.
it's been like
Game
feast.
on.
In the games he's lost, or the legs he's lost in this contest, it's been like famine. But this is how dramatic the feast and the famine has been. The famine has been a grain of rice. The feast has been a
84.
Greg's factory. There's no middle ground.
It's the difference between tucking into a caviar meal and then having a greasy kebab across the road.
180.
Dripping in sauce is Jensen Walker and dripping in class.
$100.
This game is getting away from Richard. He's the only person who has led this match.
56.
And he's led twice.
$55.
If Walker wins, he will go to 6 points with Dean Finn. And it could be James
100.
Welding as well. Evans will try and make sure that Welding doesn't get out of the day with 8 points like Raman.
43.
Well,
Jensen, you require
it's
81.
gone apart, fallen apart for Richard North right at the end of this game. And Jensen Walker to seal another comeback victory. He's been the king of them today.
49.
He could win games having 12 3-0, 3-1, 3-2 today.
Makes sense with a nickname like Interceptor. There you go, 3-0 up. Halt.
27.
I'm just going to
Jensen,
intercept you
require
there.
32.
This to sweep 6 points from his opening day. It's been a largely positive day in terms of his performances and now in terms of his results. Jensen Walker gets the beating of Richard North by 4 legs to 3. He's had to work hard for the wins that he's accrued today. He's had to come back from behind in every single match that he ended up winning. 3-0 against David Evans, 3-1 earlier on in the day, and now from 3-2 behind against Richard North as he sealed a 4-2 success. Sorry, 4-3 success. David Evans and James Welding is our final match of the session, and we're going to be watching that on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final game of our first session of the day sees James Welding and David Evans go toe-to-toe. For Welding, he got off to a superb start. He won his first 2 games. Had a bit of a stumbling block against Jensen Walker in the middle of the session, but then beat Richard North 4-0 in his previous match, and he could end his debut day here at the Super Series with 4 wins from 5. He could be tied at the top of the table with Brian Raman if he gets the better of David Evans, who's the only player so far in this Group C campaign not to have picked up a win as of yet. He's had opportunities.
Game on.
He's twice today lost games in which he's led 3-0 in matches against Jensen Walker and Dean Finn. And it's felt like at times that he's carried the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Very much so. I couldn't have put it better myself.
39.
And you can't play darts when you feel like the world is against you. Trust me.
96.
Even at this early stage, it's only the halfway point. But Evans is thinking, what time am I going to get home on Saturday?
99.
Whereas Welding is thinking, I wonder where I'm going to eat on Saturday. Because if he keeps playing the way he is, he's got a fabulous chance of making Saturday on debut.
133.
Well, it's been a superb year for James. Narrowly missed out on the aforementioned Global Championship. In fact, he was in the qualification
99.
spots
David
at top for the
McGuire,
ADC UK
138.
rankings up until the final week of qualification. He was just pipped at the post, and he could be pipped at the post of this opening leg here. Now one of them leads double 12 for David Evans. And that would have been
26.
for a ton plus check. It would have meant every single player would have had a ton plus check out for the day.
140. David required 12.
Dave has to win this game to have any chance of qualifying for Saturday.
Game shown the first leg.
For a
David
6th
Evans.
time. But if he was to do so, it would be one heck of a comeback. Almost the same as Moreno
Second
Blanc,
leg is James
that
to throw
famous
first.
Group
Game
C
on.
campaign that Scott Walters never wants us to mention. Sorry, Scott.
The Moreno
21.
Blob, it's which Group C campaign in terms of miraculous comebacks? He'll probably be 1 set down, 2 legs down to Paul Lim. He'll have 6 darts for the match, Paul Lim. Miss him, Moreno Blom will end up winning the game.
95.
That will be an education when he plays Paul Lim, trust me.
45.
Just good to see Paul Lim back on a big stage. You know what's going to happen. Everybody's going to say, when is Paul Lim
140.
going to be playing Modus?
I thought you were going to say something else there. Something along the lines of, is Paul Lim going to hit another
120.
9-darter at Lakeside because he was the last one to do it?
Oh, the internet would blow up if he did that.
Well, we don't want the internet to blow up because that means that people wouldn't be able to watch
96.
this on YouTube anymore.
Evans looking at the fish. He's got time and space. He's averaging 113 in the early echelons of this match. There's a 13 darter to win leg 1. And he's going to leave himself handy after
82.
12 in leg 2.
Whatever you do, Dave. If you get yourself a lead,
88.
relax. Don't tense up. Treble 12's a great shout here. Might have done him a favour, you know.
56.
Leave yourself on 32. And the thing is, if you are leaving 32 on purpose like he was,
100.
why
David
didn't he go
required
for treble 12?
32.
2 8s for 2-0. Well, that is really hard.
Game
But
shot
we've
the
seen
second
plenty
leg.
of times
David
today
Evans.
dart players using the right portion of the hockey to find the correct
Third leg,
path.
it's David to throw first. Game on.
54.
If you look at the leg difference, Henry, for Evans, it's currently in a live sense at -5.
42.
If he can walk away with 2 points and erode some of that damage by beating Welding by a distance,
45.
he may need some favours, but it's not out of the question. Do you know what we were saying about Richard North?
57.
When he leaves here, he's got to be around the right people. Same for Dave. Support networks for players are so important.
We often speak about support
81.
networks when things go bad and how bad support networks can lead to bad results, but we don't tend to talk about good networks leading to good results.
92.
I can say from personal experience that if you have a disastrous starting day and the adrenaline has been pumping and then you have the
44.
adrenaline dip,
David require 107.
the worst thing you can do is spend the next few hours on your own. You're better off being around people that can pick you up.
And when you say pick up, in what kind of
60.
ways?
Take your mind off darts. Don't talk about it. But if you do it constructively.
38. David, you require 110.
Everything is going his way so far. But where have we said that before? Double top for 3-0. He
70.
made that way a move.
Well, David has completely outplayed James in this match. It's
60.
almost just felt like
David
to a
require
certain extent
40.
this may well be just one game too far today for James Welding.
I think you
James
might be
on the
right.
third leg. David Evans.
Hasn't had a dart at a double yet. And if you think about how many times
leg is James
James
to
has
throw
been on this
first.
stage playing
Abel.
this discipline, it's none. So this will feel very weird. He's had
83.
wins and losses on the stage, and he's still playing. That's not a typical tournament environment.
85.
Biggest thing for Evans from this position, because he's been in this position twice already today, is to breathe. And breathe
45.
slowly. The heart's going to be pumping. How do you regulate it? You breathe in slowly, you hold, you breathe out slowly. That way you regulate the way that the body is trying to behave under tension.
140.
And so far, he's handling it perfectly.
58.
Well, he's had plenty of time to think about what it's like to be in this scenario today as David Evans. It's the third time he's been 3-0 up in a match. And maybe, just maybe, third time is the charm for the man
59.
from Preston. They play their football at
41.
deep dell. Evans has had to dig deep here to get himself out of a mind haze into this position.
Ever been to Deepdale?
No, but possibly later on this season.
57.
Off to Sunderland in January.
That's a pound in the swear jar.
40. David, you require 160.
Welding is cutting a very, very disconsolate figure himself this time. Got to go left. Got to stay resolute on the 60.
100.
Very well done. You would think that match darts are just about to come his way, and if he was to hit
89.
this shot,
David, you require 60.
his reaction, it will be something else.
He has waited all day for this moment. But that's 2 more match darts
James
amongst
require
sways of match
145.
darts in other games that are come and gone.
Surely not. Tops. Oh my word.
105.
That
David,
came out
require
of
40.
nowhere.
And that would have summed up David Evans' day. Double 10.
30.
That's 5 match darts.
Games you require.
Is it happening
40.
again?
Double 5.
35.
Well, Evans has now
David,
got double
you require
5,
10.
which is not the double you want after you've missed 5 match darts. So he decides to go for double 4 instead.
No
But a
score.
change of target
Games
isn't
require
going to
5.
result in a change of outcome. If James Welding takes this leg, he's guaranteed P2 overnight,
Games on the
regardless
fourth
of the
leg. James
result
Welding.
of this match. A game which is back to 3-1. And surely,
It's David
surely
to
in the
throw
back of
first.
David Evans'
Game on.
mind, you'd only be human at this point if he's thinking, this cannot happen again, can it?
But how do you manage this situation?
121.
You know the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
80.
He's been through this twice already, so something has to be different for him to prevail. And I know there's going to be people out there saying, well, surely he's just got to play better.
140.
He is playing better under these circumstances, but if you look closely,
100.
he's not berating himself like he was earlier. He's staying calmer, and that must continue.
Is there perhaps a bit more conviction than there was earlier, where it looked like he was hoping with a lot of darts?
100.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think it's definitely helped that
41.
James is having his
David,
worst
you
game of the day
require
by a country
140.
mile.
And he has got time at his side. He may well do it in style.
He's probably better off missing the board here than going for the single from the middle.
85.
That is more than fine. Just stay away from that treble 20.
Because he is going to get
40.
all the time
David
that he
require
wants.
55.
He probably needed a leg with a bit of breathing space. He's got a leg with breathing space. And he's got 2 more at tops. 2 10s. And if at first you don't succeed, try again. And eventually you get to your end destination. And for David Evans, it's been a toilsome, troublesome day at times. But he's eventually picked up that elusive win. He takes it in good humour. That's the kind of guy he is. For James Welding, it just felt like one game too far for him on this opening day. He put in some really good performances at times, but it's David Evans who has picked up the 2 points in the final game of this afternoon session. An afternoon session which Brian Raman takes the spoils in. 4 wins from 5 for the brilliant Belgian. Myself and Paul Nicholson will round up everything that has happened on this opening day of Group C on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from Portsmouth on the South Coast, where Group C on this Thursday afternoon has come to an end. A day which has been dominated by Brian Raman. 4 wins from 5 for the Belgian, turning around what was a woeful Wednesday into a terrific Thursday. He tops the pile, 8 points to his name in the group, and he's going to be followed close by James Welding as far as the table is concerned. Him, Dean Finn and Jensen Walker all on 2 points. David Evans and Richard North are cut adrift on 2. Big days required for them if they are to make it through to the finals on Saturday evening. The asset, Paul Nicholson, has been watching every single dart in the commentary box. We have to begin by talking about Brian Raman. We spoke about his reset mentality at the beginning of the day. How was he going to respond to a poor Wednesday? Well, he answered that question in buckets of spades today.
Yeah, I think there are many questions about a lot of players from today's session, but Brian has answered something very vividly by bouncing back from Wednesday to Thursday, like you mentioned. I think there are still fragilities in his game, but I think the experience that he has at the age of 28, it shone through today. Because he could have come here with his tail between his legs saying, I was top after Tuesday, I was 5th after Wednesday, and I feel wounded. I didn't see any of that. What I saw was someone saying, right, let's start again. We've played well at times this week. Let's do what we need to do. And he did.
In terms of James Welding, take out that last game, looked like he ran out of steam a little bit, but there was enough over the first 4 games that justified the form that he's been in on the ADC circuit in 2024.
Yeah, I would say so. But the one worrying thing for me is if he struggles towards the end of a campaign like this in an afternoon session, he might need to win his last game tomorrow. So he's going to have to learn from how he felt today. But to quote what you're saying here, I think he's played exceptionally well at times. He's definitely got some explosiveness in there, and he might need that tomorrow.
Let's talk about Jensen Walker and his day in general, because it's felt like there's been some really good parts of the day. Maybe a few bits he'd want to improve, but probably about half of the course. Would that be fair to say?
Very fair. I still think there's a lot of improvements to find with Jensen, but at this point in time, one of the best players under the age of 20 in the world is mixing it with some very good talents out there. He's going to be part of the conversation tomorrow, but he doesn't want to find himself behind in as many matches tomorrow. That's the thing.
In terms of David, you could probably say the same thing about him as we've said about Jensen Walker a couple of moments ago. He's just been so, I suppose, reliable throughout the course of the week, and that continued here today.
Yeah, I think reliable is a good word to use because we've had 4 days this week. He's had 6 points 3 times. So he's won more games than he's lost 3 out of the 4 days. That is pretty good. But I have a sneaky suspicion that if he's to make Saturday on debut, he's going to have to go one better. I think he might need to win 4 from 5 tomorrow.
Let's have a look at the tournament bracket. We've reached the halfway point of the week. Group C comes to a close for a day, but later on this evening, we get Group B underway. We're going to see Thomas Banks, Martin Turner, Peter Jakes, Andy Bolden, Roland Grabback in action, the Croatian on debut. And we're going to see the return of Thomas Banks, a player who the last time he was here really did light up the live lounge in Portsmouth when he won his week. He then went on to play at Chelsea. It didn't quite work out for him. But his response to that disappointment by picking up the ADC Vault National title, winning that £8,000 on that top prize. He's a young player of which his maturity is seemingly way beyond his years.
Where have we said that before? Seems to be more of the norm these days when you look at Jensen. We've looked at Littler, obviously, but you look at Banks and he's at the forefront of his age group at this point in time. He just loves to play. And I've spoken with his parents. They talk about the fact that he can play pretty much wherever he wants at the minute. And it's up and down the country. And that's what you've got to do if your child has an incredible amount of talent, because he really, really does. And this is the first time he's coming back in a weekly campaign aside from Champions Week, where he's trying to get another weekly title. The odds compilers did not think that he was going to win that week. We thought he was dangerous. He thought he wasn't a 180 machine. He was. The odds compilers don't think he's going to win this week again. It might be history repeating itself.
What else are you looking forward to seeing this evening?
More of Romeo, because big finishes, massive averages at times. He's vibrant, he's talented, and I think he will cause a lot of trouble for everybody tonight.
We shall see you later on this evening. Thank you so much for your company for now. Thank you for your company. We're back at 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B gets underway. But as far as the story of this afternoon is concerned, it was the brilliant Belgian Brian Raman that was solving some riddles, and now he's in the box seat for qualification. We'll see you later on.